Chapter 8, Part 2 of Spontaneous Activity in Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Spontaneous Activity in Education by Maria Montessori. Translated by Florence Simmonds. Chapter 8, Part 2, Intelligence. Indeed, every intellectual conquest is a wellspring of joy to our free children. This is the pleasure to which they are now most susceptible and which makes them scorn lower pleasures. It is after having tasted of this that our little ones despise sweetmeats, toys, and vanities. It is this which makes them sublime to the eyes of those who contemplate them. Their pleasure is that lofty pleasure which distinguishes man from the brute. It can save us even from the desolation of grief and darkness. When it is made a reproach to our method that it seeks to promote the pleasure of the child, and that this is immoral, it is the child and not the method which is insulted. For the essence of this reproach is the calumny against the child, who is considered by all as on a level with the beasts, and whose pleasure is supposed to lie solely in gluttony and idleness, and worse. But none of these could keep the child's pleasure alive for hours and days and years. It is only when he has laid hold on humane pleasure that he persists in it, and lives with a joy which is comparable to that of the young girl who ran to her father to proclaim the end of the darkness in which she had languished for years. May it not perhaps be that those crises which are today but the intellectual illuminations of genius, when it discovers a truth, represent a natural phenomenon of psychical life? May not the manifestation of the genius be but the manifestation of a vigorous life, saved from perils by its exceptional individuality, and therefore itself alone capable of revealing the true nature of man? His type would then be the common one, and all men in a greater or less degree would seem to be of the same species. The paths the child follows in the active construction of his individuality are indeed identical with those followed by the genius. His characteristics are absorbed attention, a profound concentration which isolates him from all the stimuli of his environment, and corresponds in intensity and duration to the development of spiritual activities. As in genius, this concentration is not without results, but it is the source of intellectual crises, of rapid internal developments, and above all, of an external activity which expresses itself in work. We may say then that the genius is the man who has burst his bonds asunder, who has maintained his liberty, and who has upheld before the eyes of the multitude the standard of the humanity conquered by him. Nearly all the manifestations of those men who liberated themselves from the external bondage of their times are to be noted in our children. Such, for instance, is that sublime spiritual obedience, at present still unknown to the majority of mankind, with the exception of monks, who, however, often recognize it only in theory, and contemplate it only in the examples given by the saints. Such again are those means necessary to the construction of a strong internal life, which form part of the preparation for the cloistered life and the methodical meditations of those about to enter upon it. No persons, with the exception of monks, practice meditation. We can hardly distinguish meditation from methods for learning intellectually. We know, for example, that to read a great number of books consecutively dissipates our powers and our capacity for thought, and that to learn a piece of poetry by heart means to repeat it until it is engraven on our minds, and that all this is not meditation. He who commits a verse of Dante to memory and he who meditates upon a verse of the gospel performs a totally different task. The canto will adorn the mind on which it is impressed for a certain time, without leaving any lasting trace upon it. The verse, which has been the subject of meditation, will have a transforming and edifying effect. He who meditates clears his mind as far as possible of every other image, and tries to concentrate upon the subject of meditation in such a manner that all the internal activities will be polarized thereby, or, as the monks say, all the powers of the mind. The expected result of the meditation is an internal fruit of strength. The soul is strengthened and unified. It becomes active. It can then act upon the seed around which it has concentrated and cause it to become fruitful. Now, the method chosen by our children in following their natural development is meditation, for in no other way would they be led to linger so long over each individual task, and so to derive a gradual internal maturation therefrom. The aim of the children who persevere in their work with an object is certainly not to learn. They are drawn to it by the needs of their inner life, which must be organized and developed by its means. In this manner, they imitate and carry on their growth. This is the habit by which they gradually coordinate and enrich their intelligence. As they meditate, they enter upon that path of progress, which will continue without end. It is after an exercise of meditation on the objects that our children become capable of enjoying the silence exercise, and then, having been rendered delicately susceptible to impressions, they try to make no noise when they move, to refrain from awkward actions, because they are enjoying the fruit of the concentration of the spirit. It is thus that their personality is unified and strengthened. The exercise which serves as the means to this end is designed gradually to perfect the accuracy with which they perceive the external world, observing, reasoning, and correcting the errors of the senses in a sustained and spontaneous activity. It is they who act, they who choose the objects, they who persevere in their work, they who seek to win from their environment the possibility of concentrating their minds upon it. Each of them moves in obedience to the motor power within him. They are not disturbed by a teacher, by a being obviously superior to themselves, who intimidates the shrinking poverty of those who are beginning life by her lofty intellectual riches, who darkens rather than illuminates, who wearies rather than refreshes, but they live in peace with her who, almost a priestess, is yet a servant. As in some ideal convent, humility, simplicity, and work make up the environment where he who meditates will someday feel within himself the clearness of vision, the intuition, almost the sensibility, which make one ready to receive the truth. To a different end, but by the same road, amidst the silence, the simplicity, and the humility of the monastery, the spirit prepares itself to receive the faith at the outset of life. Many years ago, when I first received the impression that our children revealed general principles of life, which in practice we are only privileged to encounter among the intellectual and spiritual elite of society, and that for this reason they were at the same time the revealers of a form of unconscious oppression which weighed down humanity, deforming the inner life, I spoke at length upon the matter to an intellectual lady who was much interested in my theories, and very anxious that I should make them the subject of an elaborate philosophical treatise, but she could not bring herself to accept the idea that it was a question of an experimental process. When I spoke of the children, she showed some impatience, Oh yes, I quite understand all about these children. In intelligence they are so many geniuses, and in goodness so many angels. But when, after some persuasion, I succeeded in making her come and see for herself, she took my hands and looked earnestly in my face. "Have you ever thought," she asked, "that you may die in any moment? Write at once, anyhow, in all haste, as you would write a will, a simple description of the facts, that you may not carry away this secret with you to the grave." Nevertheless, I was in excellent health. If we examine the mental labors of men of genius, to whom we owe discoveries which have opened new paths to thought, and have given us new sources of well-being and social progress, we shall have to admit that in themselves they cannot be described as extraordinary processes inaccessible to mediocrity. Genius coincides with the possession in a very high degree of the power of association by similarity. This is the essential quality of genius, says Byrne. Even at the central point of discovery, it is only by accurate observation and a very simple process of reasoning, of which most persons would consider themselves capable, that the discovery is made. At most, it is due to a marshalling of evidences, which, however, passed unnoticed by all but the discoverer. We may say that genius has the faculty of isolating a fact in the consciousness, and of so distinguishing it from all others that it is as if a single ray of light should fall upon a diamond in a dark room. This single idea, then, causes a complete revolution in the consciousness, and is capable of constructing something infinitely great and precious for all humanity. But it is the intense significance of ordinary things, and not the abnormal, which is the main factor. It is the isolation in a homogeneous field, not the intrinsic value of the thing, which determines the marvelous phenomenon. Perhaps within countless thousands of chaotic perceptions, the gem had existed, stored up amidst a multitude of useless and cumbrous objects, and had never succeeded in arresting attention. Meanwhile, inertia continued to allow new objects to penetrate continually within the distended and impotent walls. After a discovery, many will perceive that they themselves held the same truth within them. But in this case, it is not the truth itself that has value, but the man who is capable of appreciating it and bringing it into relation with action. But very often it is not the case that the newly discovered truth already exists in the chaos of obscure consciousness, and then the new light, simple though it be, can find no way by which to penetrate into the mind. It is rejected as something strange and fallacious, and a certain lapse of time is necessary, a certain coordination of the intelligence to enable the novelty to enter. Yet some day it will be considered clear as crystal. It was not the nature of man which shrank from it, but his errors. These errors not only make man incapable of production, but are in themselves hostile to receptivity. Thus it often happens that the pioneers of salvation are persecuted by a sort of unconscious ingratitude, which is the fruit of spiritual darkness. What was the argument of Christopher Columbus? He thought, if the earth is really round, he who starts from a certain point and advances steadily will return to the point of departure. This was the sum of the intellectual work which enriched mankind with a new world. That a great continent should have lain in the tracks of Columbus, and that he should have encountered this and not death, was the destiny due to the chance of environment. The environment sometimes rewards small reasonings of this kind in a surprising manner. It was certainly not a great labor of human intelligence which brought about these great results. It was the triumph of this idea over the whole consciousness, and the heroic courage of the man which gave its value. The great difficulty for the man who had conceived the idea was to persevere until he could persuade others to help him in his enterprise, to give him ships and followers. It was the faith and not the idea of Columbus which triumphed. That simple and logical reasoning kindled within him something infinitely more precious than intelligence, and enabled a single man of humble origin and almost uneducated to present a world to a queen. We are told that Alessandro Volta's wife was ill with fever, and that he, in accordance with the practice of his day, was preparing the usual febrifuge, a broth of skinned frogs. It was a rainy day, and when he hung up the dead frogs on the iron bar of the window, he noticed that their legs contracted. If dead muscles contract, it must mean that some external force has penetrated them. This was the simple argument of the genius, the great discoverer. And seeking this force, Volta, by means of his piles, was able to wrest from the earth electricity, which is, literally as well as figuratively, the gleam of an immense progress. Laying due weight upon a little fact, such as that of a dead being having moved, considering it soberly, without any fanciful additions, and fixing the mind upon the resulting problem, why does it move? Such was the lengthy process by which one of the greatest conquests of civilization was achieved. Akin to this was Galileo's discovery when, standing in Pisa Cathedral, he watched the oscillations of a hanging lamp. He observed that the oscillations were all completed in the same space of time, and that isochronism of the pendulum was the beginning of the measurement of time for all men, and of the measurement of worlds for the astronomer. How simple, too, is the story of Newton, who felt an apple fall upon him as he lay under a tree, and thought to himself, "Why did that apple fall?" Such was the simple origin of the theory of the gravity of bodies, and that of universal gravitation. When we study of the life of Papin, we marvel at the culture which placed him on a level with the most learned men of his times. A physician, physiologist, and mathematician, he was distinguished and honored by the universities of England and Germany. Nevertheless, what gave him his value to humanity, and hence his greatness, was the fact that his attention had been arrested by the sight of a lid of a saucepan of boiling water raised by the steam. Steam is a force which could lift a piston as it lifts the cover of a saucepan, and become the motor power of a machine. Papin's famous saucepan is a kind of magic wand in the history of mankind, which thenceforth began to work and travel without fatigue. How wonderful are such stories of great discoveries arising from humble beginnings and working miracles throughout the world. These in their origins resemble those living creatures, born of two imperceptible microscopic cells, the fusion of which inevitably tends to the creation of complex lives. To perceive exactly and to connect the things perceived logically is the work of the highest intelligence. But this work is characterized by a peculiar power of attention, which causes the mind to dwell upon a subject in a species of meditation, the characteristic mark of genius. The outcome is an internal life rich in activities, just as the germinative cells are the fruit of internal existences. It would seem that such mentalities are distinguished from those of the ordinary type, not by their form, but by their force. It is the vigorous life from which those two small intellectual sparks arise which makes them so marvelous. If they had not sprung from strong, independent personalities capable of persistent effort and heroic self-sacrifice, those little intellectual works would have remained as things inert and negligible. Hence, all that strengthens the spiritual man may lead him in the footsteps of the genius. Thus, as regards the intelligence itself, the work it has to accomplish is a small matter, but it is clearly defined and stripped of superfluous complications. Simplicity is the guide to discovery. simplicity, which, like truth, should be naked. Very little is necessary, but this little must constitute a powerful unity. The rest is vanity. And the greater this vanity, that is to say, the futile encumbrance of the mind, the more will the light of the spirit be darkened and its forces dissipated, making it difficult or impossible not only to reason and act, but even to perceive reality, to see. It would be interesting to make a rapid survey of those collective individual errors by which the progress of a new discovery of a simple kind offering relief to suffering humanity has been impeded, errors which have caused persistent denial of the existence of obvious facts, merely because these were not generally known. Let us consider for a moment the discovery of the cause of malaria. This discovery, due to the Englishman Ross in connection with birds, and to the Italian Grassi in connection with man, consists in having found out that the plasmodium of malaria, which produces the malady, is inoculated in man and in the various animals subject to it, by a special kind of mosquito. Let us inquire what was the state of science prior to this discovery. In 1880, Laveran had described an animal microorganism which preyed upon the red corpuscles of the blood, producing an attack of fever with the cycle of its existence. Subsequent studies confirmed and elucidated this fact, and the Plasmodium malariae became a matter of common knowledge. It was known that animal microorganisms, unlike vegetable microorganisms, after a cycle of life in which reproduction takes place by scission, that is, by subdivision of a single body into several other bodies equal to the first, give place to sexual forms, masculine and feminine, which are separate and incapable of scission, but are designed for fusion into one another, after which the organism recommences its cycle of scissions until it again reaches the sexual forms. Laveran had found that in the blood of sufferers who recover spontaneously from malarial fever, there are a great number of corpuscles which have no longer the rounded forms of the plasmodia, but are crescent-shaped and rayed. He took these to be transformations of the plasmodia, modified in form and incapable of producing disease, and pronounced them to be degenerate organisms, almost as if they had deformed and exhausted by the excess of work they had previously performed. These organisms were described as Laveran's degenerative forms. After the discovery of the transmission of malaria in 1900, Laveran's degenerative forms were recognized as the sexual individuals of the reproductive cycle. Individuals were incapable of conjugation in the blood of man and could only produce new organisms in the body of the mosquito. We may well wonder, why did not Laveran simply recognize those sexual forms, and why did he not seek for the period of conjugation in the plasmodia, which were animal microorganisms? If he had borne in mind the complete cycle of the protozoa, he would have recognized them. But evidently Morel's theories of the degeneration of man had made a much livelier impression on his imagination, and his leap from these remote theories to his interpretation of the plasmodia seemed an achievement of genius. It may be said that this feat of genius, this visionary generalization, prevented Laveran from seeing the truth. A form of arrogance and levity is apparent in such errors. Moreover, we are astonished by something still more serious. How came it that hundreds and thousands of students throughout the world accepted Laveran's error with their eyes shut, that no one among so many took into consideration his own account of the cycle of the protozoa, and that not one was sufficiently independent to set about studying the phenomenon for himself? What is this mental form of inertia, and why does it produce itself in man? All these disciples, heedless of the problem presented to their minds by the sexual form of the plasmodium, left it alone. although it had not yet been solved, and certainly had no intuition of the fame, the progress in science, and the benefit to humanity which would have been the outcome, had the problem constituted an obstacle which had arrested their attention, saying, "Solve me." They passed on indifferently, commending Laveran's effort of genius, repeating with him, "They are degenerate forms," a futile effort which only increased a crowd of persons who had resigned their own individuality, all unconsciously. Another biological acquisition was the assurance that the circulatory system of the blood is a closed system of vessels, and that the enclosing epithelium is not permeable by non-incisive solid bodies such as vegetable microbes, and still less by rounded protozoa, which are much larger than microbes and soft in substance. This well-known and clearly demonstrated fact ought to have suggested a problem to the minds of students. How do the protozoa of malaria enter the circulatory current of the blood? But ever since the days of Hippocrates, Pliny, Celsius, and Galen, it had been held that this fever was caused by the poisonous atmosphere of marshlands, the bad air of the morning and the evening, so much so that even a few years before the discovery of the real cause of malaria, eucalyptus trees were planted in the belief that they would filter and disinfect the air. How was it that no one asked himself how it was possible that the plasmodia could enter the current of the blood from the air? What was the species of torpor which took possession of the intelligence of persons who had specialized in intellectual work? Here was a colossal sum of intelligence without any individuality. Until Ross discovered that birds are inoculated with malaria by a particular kind of mosquito. And then, behold, we have at last the fundamental argument from which the knowledge of the truth sprang forth. If birds are inoculated with malaria by mosquitoes, then the same thing must happen to man. A simple argument, which sped like an arrow to the final discovery. Nothing seemed more incredible than the fact that in the malarial regions good air and fertile soil were to be found, that it was possible to breathe that air morning and evening and remain in perfect health, so long as one was not bitten by mosquitoes, and that the innumerable peasants who were wasted by malarial anemia would be saved and restored if they protected themselves by mosquito netting. But after the first stupefaction, when men were convinced of the facts, there was an outcry from all the intelligent. How is it possible that we did not find it out before? Was not the cycle of protozoa a well-known fact? Did not everyone declare that the system of circulation was closed and impervious to microorganisms? Was it not natural to think that only a blood-sucking insect could inoculate it? How many students felt that glory had passed close to them, and were amazed and saddened by the knowledge, like the disciples of Emmaus, who said to each other when the Master disappeared before they recognized him, "Did not our hearts burn within us when he spoke and expounded the Scriptures to us?" Many must have thought, we worked so laboriously only to encumber our minds. And yet but one thing was needful. We should have been humble and simple, but independent. Instead, we filled our souls with darkness, and the ray that would have made us see could not penetrate to us. Let us take some grosser errors. As far back as the days of the Greek civilization, it was known empirically that stones can fall from the sky. Falls of aerolites are recorded in the most ancient Chinese chronicles. In the Middle Ages and in modern times, intimations of the fall of aerolites have increased in frequency. Remarkable facts are indeed recorded in history in connection with similar phenomena. The meteorite which fell in 1492 served the Emperor Maximilian I of Germany as a pretext to excite Christendom to a war against the Turks. Nevertheless, the phenomena was not admitted by men of science until the 18th century. One of the largest meteorites on record was that which fell near Agram in 1751. It weighed about 40 kilograms and was deposited and catalogued in the Court Mineralogical Museum at Vienna. This is what Stutz, a German savant, had to say on the subject in 1790. Those ignorant of natural history may believe that iron has fallen from the sky, and even educated men in Germany may have believed this in 1751, taking into account the universal ignorance then prevalent as to natural history and physics. But in our times it would be unpardonable to admit even the plausibility of such fables. In the same year, 1790, an aerolite weighing 10 kilograms fell in Gascony. It was observed by a large number of persons, and an official report, signed by 300 witnesses, was sent to the Academy of Paris. The reply was that, quote, "It had been very amusing to receive a legal document dealing with such an absurdity," unquote. When a few years later, Chladni of Wittenberg, the founder of scientific acoustics, began to admit the phenomenon and to believe in the existence of aerolites, he was stigmatized as a man who was ignorant of every law and who did not consider the damage he was doing in the moral world. And one savant declared that if he had himself seen iron fall from the sky at his own feet, he would not have believed it. This was incredulity greater than that of St. Thomas, who said, "Unless I can touch, I will not believe." Here were pieces of iron weighing 10 and 40 kilograms, which could be touched, but the savant said, "Even if I touch them, I will not believe." It is therefore not enough to see in order to believe. We must believe in order to see. It is faith which leads to sight, not sight which produces faith. When the blind man in the gospel uttered the anxious cry, "Make me to see," he asked for faith, because he knew that it is possible to have eyes and not see. The fact of being insensible to evidence is little considered in psychology, much less is it taken into account in pedagogic laws. And yet many similar facts, those of an inferior psychological order, are notorious, as for instance that stimuli will appeal in vain to the senses if the internal cooperation of attention be lacking. 1,000 experiences of this kind enter in to make up the sum of common knowledge. It is not enough that an object should be before our eyes to make us see it. It is necessary that we should fix our attention upon it. An internal process preparing us to receive the impression of the stimulus is essential. In a loftier and purely spiritual sphere, something of the same kind takes place. An idea cannot enter triumphantly into the consciousness if it is not accompanied by a preparation of faith. Lacking this, it may knock violently and brutally with clamorous insistence, without being able to penetrate. It is necessary that the field of consciousness should not only be free but expectant. He who is bewildered by a chaos of ideas cannot accept a truth which arrives unexpectedly in the unprepared field. This fact is not only analogous to other psychical facts of less importance, such as that of sensory perception in relation to attention, it is also analogous to the spiritual facts which are so well known in the field of religion. In vain will a fact, however remarkable, be explained or even demonstrated where there is no faith. It is not evidence, but faith which opens the mind to truth. The very senses are useless as a medium if the internal activity does not open the doors to receive it. When the most striking miracles of Christ are related in the gospel, the narrative always concludes with, "And many of those who saw believed." The parable of the invitation to the feast, to which those who were absorbed in their own affairs could not respond, seems to indicate a fact similar to this intellectual fact, that the preoccupations of complicated pre-existing ideas prevent the new and obvious truth that presents itself from entering in. It is for this reason that we need the precursor to make ready for the Messiah. And for this reason the Messiah, and also new ideas, are readily received by the simple, by those who are not laden with heavy preoccupations, but have preserved the natural characteristics of the spirit, to be pure and always expectant. When in 1628 Harvey discovered the circulation of the blood, physiology was almost unknown, and medicine was in the full tide of empiricism. It is well known that the Faculty of Medicine of Paris refused to believe in circulation in spite of experiments, and that it persecuted and calumniated Harvey. That which pleases me in my son, says Diaphorus, and in which he follows my example, is that he remains faithful to the opinions of our ancient teachers, and that he has always refused either to understand or to listen to the arguments and experiments of the pretended discoveries of our century, especially as regards to the circulation of the blood. The history of the discovery of germinative foliations in the embryonic development of vertebrates forms one of the most impressive of human documents. In 1700, the theory of preformation was vigorously upheld amongst the many ideas relating to generation. That is to say, it was believed that the germs contained little organisms completely formed, which would eventually unfold and increase the parts of the infinitesimal dimensions which were packed one within the other. This theory applied to every living creature, animal, vegetable, and human. It had led, by its own logical development, to the more far-reaching theory of mutual inclusion, that is, the doctrine that as all living organisms are preformed, they must of necessity all have existed from the creation, the one included or wrapped up in the other. All humanity must have lain in the ovaries of Eve. When in 1690 Leeuwenhoek discovered spermatozoa by the aid of the microscope, the idea was evolved that each male cell contained a complete microscopic man, the homunculus. And then it was announced that not Eve, but Adam had contained all humanity within himself. Hence the two contradictory theories which in the 18th century kept their adherents sharply divided, the theories of the ovulists and those of the animalculists, and the dispute seemed to offer little hope of a possible decision. The names of famous scientists and philosophers were associated with these dissensions, those, for instance, of Spallanzani and of Leibniz, who applied the principles of generation even to the soul. Thus, I should think, said Leibniz, that the souls which will one day become human souls were present in the germ, that they have always existed as organized bodies in their progenitors from Adam onwards, that is, from the beginning of things. Haller, the ovulist, who had great authority as a physiologist in a famous work, Elementa Physiologia, upheld the principle vigorously. Nulla est epigenesis, nulla in corpore animali pars ante alium facta est et omnes simul creatae existunt. Nothing is created anew. No part of the human body is made before any other part. All are created at the same time. Making a calculation based on biblical cosmogony of the number of human beings who were packed in the ovaries of Eve, he reckons them at 200,000 millions. Such was the state of thought when in 1759 K.F. Wolf published some of his studies in the work Theoria Generationis, where he maintained, on the strength of experiments and microscopic observations made on the embryos of fowls, that new organisms are not preformed, but that they create themselves entirely, starting from nothing, that is, from a microscopic cell, simple as are all primitive cells. He described the simple process by which the real evolution of individuals is brought about, from a single cell. By division, 2, and then 4, and then 8 are formed, and so on. And the cells thus germinated divide themselves into 2 or 3 tiny folds of primitive folioles, from which all the organs are evolved, beginning with the alimentary canal. This assertion, says Wolff, is not a fanciful theory. It is a description of facts collected by means of the most trustworthy observations. All the scientists of his day knew and made use of the microscope. All might have taken an egg, that is, the embryo of a fowl, as a subject for observation. They were not indifferent to the problem of individual genesis, but in their case it had merely excited the most complex efforts of the imagination, and had divided them into factions, as adversaries in a battle of thought. Could any of them attempt to experiment and observe, save at the risk of destroying himself together with his adversaries, as Samson destroyed himself with the Philistines? The possibility that there might be some truth in what have been seen and described, and that it might reoccur, should indeed have induced someone to venture upon a road which, if it proved to be the right one, would have been a glorious path to a future of discoveries and distinctions. But no, a dense fog obscured all minds, and the dazzling truth could not pierce it. Thus all progress in embryology was precluded. 50 years had passed, and Wolff, poor and persecuted, had died at Petrograd in exile from his native land, when Pander and Ernst von Baer grappled anew with the theory of blastodermic foliation. Then the scientific world perceived the truth and accepted the evidence, inaugurating those studies in embryology which shed so much luster on the 19th century. Why was it necessary that 50 years should elapse before men could see what was evident? What had happened in these 50 years? The work of Wolff, dead and forgotten, can have had no influence whatever. The fact was merely that men saw subsequently what it had been previously impossible for them to see. A kind of internal maturity must have come about in them, by virtue of which their spiritual eyes were opened and they saw. When those eyes were closed, evidence was useless. 50 years earlier, a direct attack would have spent itself on insuperable obstacles. But with the lapse of time, the subject presented itself and was simply and universally accepted, not only without a struggle, but without any excitement. This fact might be arguable in relation to the internal maturation of the masses, but it is beyond question in its relation to the individual. When an obvious truth cannot be seen, we must retire and leave the individual to mature. A struggle to bring about perception of evidence would be bitter and exhausting. But when maturity comes, we shall find the seer filled with enthusiasm and bearing fruit like the vines of the land of promise. When in 1859 Charles Darwin expounded the theory of evolution in his book The Origin of Species, he recognized the great influence it had upon the thought of his day, for he wrote in his notebook, "My theory will lead to a philosophy." His conception of the struggle for life and of the natural selection of characteristics, so widely adopted by the thinkers of his day, popularized the principles of Lamarck as to the casual formation of new characteristics in a species by adaptation to environment. Darwin's conception carried these principles along with it, and almost fused them in its own content. These principles, excluding both creation and its finalities, implicitly denied the immortality of the soul. The effect of such a revolution may be imagined. For many centuries the soul had been the object of life, and when the fundamental faith of existence was shaken, the life of the conscience itself was convulsed. It may be supposed that there was an anxious search for contradictions in the destructive theory, if on no other grounds than that of the instinct to preserve ancient beliefs, which lies deeply rooted in the human race. But let us take into consideration the two revolutionary principles which so greatly impressed and fired the consciousness of the university students of several generations. One principle was, there can be no function without an organ. The other principle, which created much enthusiasm among studious youths, was, the function creates the organ. What? There is no function without an organ, nor can the function even exist without the organ. And yet, on the other hand, the function without the organ can exist so vigorously as to create? No such glaring and tangible contradiction had ever existed in any theory, and it cannot be said that Darwinism and the principles of Lamarck were hastily studied and confused in a varied series of philosophical theories, for Darwinism had isolated itself as a victorious idea which drives out all other ideas, as the light of day disperses the darkness of night, and students dwelt upon it, anxious to construct a new morality and a new conscience. Therefore, these two principles were not studied coldly and languidly. Moreover, they penetrated together into the consciousness and excited enthusiasm each on its own account. On such a triumphant contradiction, it was proposed to destroy a world and create another. The final conclusion of thought, then, was this: we are mere beasts. There is no substantial difference between the animals and ourselves. We are apes, but our more remote ancestors were earthworms. With what ardor did professors from their chairs analyze the psychology of men, to prove that, try as we may, we can find nothing in ourselves which we do not share with animals, and with what enthusiasm did their pupils applaud them. When professors of psychiatry removed the brains of pigeons and monkeys by vivisection, and after curing the creatures, exhibited them at international psychological congresses, devoting the most sincere attention to the study of their psychical reactions, observing the attitudes of their bodies, their activity of perception, and similar things, all really believed that an animal without a brain could throw light upon the psychology of man. When we think that this was the epoch of positivism, that is to say, of those who could not believe without touching, we are profoundly impressed by this reflection. The intelligence, then, is threatened by dangers like the spirit. It may be obscured, it may contain a contradiction, an error without perceiving it, and as a result of a single unnoticed error, it may rush into a species of delirium, a mortal aberration. Like the spirit, then, it has its way of salvation, and it needs to be sustained lest it should perish. The support it requires is not that of the senses. Like the spirit, it needs a continual purification, which, like the fish of Tobias, heals the eyes of their blindness. That self-care which the hygiene of today prescribes for the body, and which makes us spend so much time even on cleaning and polishing our nails, should be extended to the inner man, that this may preserve its health and its integrity. This should be the object of the education of the intelligence. To educate the intelligence is to save it from its peculiar perils of disease and death. It is to purge it of its offenses. We shall not educate the intelligence if we weary it by making it learn things. This is patent in these days of ours, when the victims of nervous disorders and lunacy abound, and when, even among those who are considered healthy, the material consequences of madness may explode, threatening the whole of humanity with ruin. Our care of the child should be governed, not by the desire to make him learn things, but by the endeavor always to keep burning within him that light which is called the intelligence. If to this end we must consecrate ourselves, as did the Vestals of old, it will be a work worthy of so great a result. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9, Part 1 of Spontaneous Activity in Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Spontaneous Activity in Education by Maria Montessori. Translated by Florence SIMMONDS. Chapter 9, Part 1, Imagination. The creative imagination of science is based upon truth. If a century ago someone had told the men who were traveling in stagecoaches and using oil lamps that someday New York would blaze with light at midnight, that men would ask for succor in mid-ocean, and then their message would be understood on land, that their flight in the air would surpass that of an eagle, our good forefathers would have smiled incredulously. Their imaginations would never have been able to conceive these things. To them, modern men would have seemed almost like men of another species. This is because the imagination of modern men is based upon the positive researches of science, whereas the men of past ages allowed their minds to wander in the world of unreality. This single fact has changed the face of the world. When man loses himself in mere speculations, his environment will remain unchanged. But when imagination starts from contact with reality, thought begins to construct works by means of which the external world becomes transformed, almost as if the thought of man has assumed a marvelous power, the power to create. It is thus we imagine the thought of God. All creation is the divine thought, which has the property of realizing itself. God thought, and behold, light, the order of creation, living things appeared. Modern man, by the method of positive science, seems to have found the secret trace of thought which puts him in the divine path, which gives him the revelation of his true nature, as indicated in the words of the Scripture, "Let us make man in our image and likeness." Thus, human intelligence said, "Let there be light." And there is a magic effulgence which comes and goes at a touch. Let man fly in the air and rise above all the birds of creation. And it was so. Let the voices of shipwrecked mariners travel mysteriously and without sound and reach distant places. And it was so. Let things multiply, plants in their varieties, so that all men may have the means of life more abundantly. And it was so. The imagination has created when it has started from creation. That is, when it has first taken in existing truth. Only then has it accomplished marvelous things. Like the tiny bird which hid under the wing of an eagle about to soar, and when it had been thus borne up to an immense height, disengaged itself from the eagle and began to fly still higher by its own efforts. So too is man, who at first holds fast to nature, attaches himself to her by means of the most severe speculations, and with her soars aloft in search of truth. Then he disengages himself from her, and his imagination creates over and above nature herself. In this manner, man seems to reflect divine attributes. The marvelous and miraculous issue from him in such grandiose form that the man of the past, the wren without the eagle, could not even have conceived it. Original sin is an allegory of this eternal story, of the man who wished to act for himself, to substitute himself for God, to emancipate himself from him, and to create, whereupon he fell into impotence, slavery, and misery. The mind that works by itself, independently of truth, works in a void. Its creative power is a means of working upon reality, but it confuses the means with the end. It is lost. This kind of sin of the intelligence, so akin to original sin, the sin of confounding the means with the end, recurs in every form as a force of inertia which pervades the psychical life. Thus, man confounds the means, which is simpler, easier, and more comprehensible, with the end in many of his functions. Thus, for example, when nutrition is made a pretext for gluttony, and the appetite an end in itself, the body, instead of renewing itself in health and purity, is poisoned. Again, when in the reproduction of species the sexual emotion becomes an end in itself rather than a means for the renewal of life, degeneration and sterility result. Man is guilty of a like sin against the intelligence when he employs his creative activity of thought for its own sake, without basing it upon truth. By doing so, he creates an unreal world full of error and destroys the possibility of creating in reality, like a God producing external works. Thus, positive science represents to us the redemption of thought, its purification from original sin, a return to the natural laws of psychical energy. Scientists are like those men of the Bible story who, after Israel had come out of Egypt, were permitted to explore the land of promise, and who came back with such a huge cluster of grapes that it took 2 men to carry it, and the people saw it with amazement. So have the scientists of today penetrated into the promised land of truth, where lies the secret which enables man to scrutinize nature, and they have come out therefrom bearing marvelous fruits for all men to see. The secret is a simple one. It consists of an exact method, based on observation, prudence, and patience. All men might be allowed to share the secret, for indeed such virtues correspond to the occult, intimate needs of their spiritual life. It may be asked, why should only explorers enter in, while the people remain outside, passively enjoying the fruits of their labors? Is it because the method of positive science, which puts man in the way of knowing the truth, of gathering up realities, and hence of building up his own imagination thereupon, is a monopoly, the privilege of the chosen few? That method which denotes the redemption of the intelligence ought to be the method by which all new humanity is molded, the formative method of new generation. In the Bible story, the explorers were the messengers and the witnesses to the existence of the promised land, into which the whole people was to enter. And so it is here. All men should come under the influence of the scientific method, and every child should be able to experiment at first hand, to observe, and to put himself into contact with reality. Thus the flights of the imagination will start from a higher plane henceforth, and the intelligence will be directed into its natural channels of creation. Truth is also the basis of artistic imagination. The work of the intelligence is not limited to the exact observation and the simple, logical reasoning upon which great scientific discoveries may be founded. There is a more exalted work, confronting which none can say, as in the presence of certain scientific discoveries, I also might have been able to do this. Dante, Milton, Goethe, Raphael, Wagner are mighty mysteries, miracles of intelligence, which cannot be classed with the simple process of observation and reasoning. Nevertheless, every man has his share of artistic imagination. He has the instinct to create the beautiful with his mind, and from this instinct, duly developed, come all the vast treasures of art, scattered almost like crumbs of gold wherever there was an intensity of civil life, wherever the intelligence had time to mature in peace. In every province which has preserved traces of ancient peoples, we find local artistic types of work, of furniture, of poetic songs, of popular music. This multiform creation of the inner man, then, enfolds him and protects his spirit in its intellectual needs, just as the iridescent shell encloses the mollusk. In addition to the work of observing material reality, there is a creative work which lifts man up from earth and transports him into a higher world, which every soul may attain within its individual limits. Yet no one can say that man creates artistic products out of nothing. What is called creation is in reality a composition, a construction raised upon a primitive material of the mind, which must be collected from the environment by means of the senses. This is the general principle summed up in the ancient axiom, nihil est in intellectu quod prius non fuerit in sensa. There is nothing in the intellect which was not first in the senses. We are unable to imagine things which do not actually present themselves to our senses. Even language would be lacking to us to explain things lying beyond those customary limits by which our consciousness is bounded. The imagination of Michelangelo was unable to picture God otherwise than as a venerable old man with a white beard. When we try to imagine the eternal torments of hell, we talk of fire, we think of paradise as a place of light. Those born blind and deaf can form no definite idea of sensations they have never been able to perceive. It is well known that persons blind from their birth imagine colors by comparing them to sounds. For instance, they imagine red as the sound of a trumpet, blue as the sweet music of the violin. The deaf, when they read descriptions of delicious music, imagine the classic beauty of a painted picture. The temperaments of poets and artists are preeminently sensorial, and all the senses do not contribute in equal measure to give a type to the individual imagination, but certain senses are often predominant. Musicians are auditive and are inclined to describe the world from the sounds it conveys to them. The warbling of the nightingale in the silence of a wood, the patter of the rain in the solitude of the countryside, may be as springs of inspiration for great musical composers, and some of them, describing a tract of country, will dwell only on its silences and noises. Others again, whose susceptibilities are predominantly visual, are impressed by the forms and colors of things, or it may be the motion, the flexuosity, the impetus of things, the tactile impressions of softness and harshness, which make up the descriptive content of imaginative types, in whom the tactile and muscular sensations predominate. There are persons who have had non-sensorial impressions, and they are persons whose spiritual life was of very great intensity. They have internal impressions which cannot be accounted fruits of the imagination, but must be accepted as realities simply perceived. That they are realities is affirmed not only by the introspection of normal subjects, but by the effect upon their internal personality. The revelations vouchsafed by God, says Saint Teresa, are distinguished by the great spiritual benefits with which they enrich the soul. They are accompanied by light, discernment, and wisdom. But if such persons wish to describe these impressions, which do not penetrate by means of the senses, they are obliged to borrow the language of sensorial impression. I heard a voice, says the blessed Raymond of Capua, which was not in the air, and which pronounced words that reached my spirit but not my ear. Nevertheless, I understood it more distinctly than if it had come to me from an external voice. I could not reproduce this voice, if I can call that a voice, which had no sound. This voice formed words and presented them to my spirit. The life of Saint Teresa abounds in similar descriptions, in which she tries to convey, by the inappropriate language of the senses, what she saw, not with her eyes, but with her soul. The difference between these internal impressions, which occur in others as well as in saints, and certainly do not constitute saintliness, and the hallucinations of the insane is clearly marked. In The Madman, an excitement of the cerebral cortex reproduces old images deposited by the sensorial memory, which project themselves into the external world whence they were taken with external sensorial characteristics, so that the sufferer really believes that he sees his phantasms with his actual eyes and that he hears the voices which persecute him. He is the victim of a pathological condition. The whole personality reveals signs of his organic decadence, the concomitants of his psychical disintegration. Setting aside, then, direct spiritual impressions of very rare occurrence, not to be looked upon even as aids to sanctity, impressions which may form suitable subjects of study for specialists such as teleologists or the members of the English Society of Psychical Research, but which do not enter into educational conceptions, there remains for our consideration but a single material of construction for intellectual activities, that of the senses. Imagination can have only a sensory basis. The sensory education, which prepares for the accurate perception of all the differential details and the qualities of things, is therefore the foundation of the observation of things and of phenomena which present themselves to our senses, and with this it helps us to collect from the external world the material for the imagination. Imaginative creation has no mere vague sensory support. That is to say, it is not the unbridled divagation of the fancy among images of light, color, sounds, and impressions, but it is a construction firmly allied to reality. And the more it holds fast to the forms of the external created world, the loftier will the value of its internal creations be. Even in imagining an unreal and superhuman world, the imagination must be contained within limits which recall those of reality. Man creates, but on the model of that divine creation in which he is materially and spiritually immersed. In literary works of the highest order, such as the Divina Commedia, we admire the continual recurrence to the mind of the supreme poet of material, intangible things, which illustrate, by comparison, the things imagined. As doves, by fond desire invited on wide wings, and firm to their sweet nest returning home, cleave the air, wafted by their will along, thus issued from that troop where Dido ranks, they through the ill air speeding. Carey's translation of Dante's Inferno, Canto 5. And as a man with difficult short breath, forespent with toiling, scaped from sea to shore, turns to the perilous wide waste and stands at gaze, even so my spirit that yet failed, struggling with terror, turned to view the straits that none hath passed and lived. Carey's translation of Dante's Inferno, Canto 1. As sheep that step from forth their fold by one, or pairs, or three at once, meanwhile the rest stand fearfully, bending the eye and nose to ground, and what the foremost does that do, the others gathering round her, if she stops, simple and quiet, nor the cause discern, so saw I moving to advance the first, who of that fortunate crew were at the head, of modest mien and graceful in their gait. Carey's translation of Dante's Purgatorio, Canto 3. As though translucent and smooth glass or wave, clear and unmoved, and flowing not so deep as that its bed is dark, the shape returns, so faint of our impictured lineaments, that on white forehead set a pearl as strong comes to the eye. Such saw I many a face, all stretched to speak. Carey's translation of Dante's Paradiso, Canto 3. Dante's metaphors are profuse and marvelous, but every lofty writer and every great orator perpetually links the fruits of the imagination with the observation of fact, and then we say that he is a genius, full of imagination and knowledge, and that his thought is clear and vital. As a pack of hounds, after vainly pursuing a hare, returns in mortification to the master with hanging heads and drooping tails, so on that tumultuous night did the mercenaries return to Don Rodrigo's stronghold. Manzoni, I Promessi Sposi. Imagery is confined to actual figures, and it is this measure and this form which give power to the creations of the mind. The imaginative writer should possess a rich store of perceptive observations, and the more accurate and perfect these are, the more vigorous will be the form he creates. The insane talk of fantastic things, but we do not therefore say that they have a great deal of imagination. There is a vast gulf between the delirious confusion of thought and the metaphorical eloquence of the imagination. In the first case, there is a total incapacity to perceive actual things correctly, and also to construct organically with the intelligence. In the second, the two things are coexistent, as forms closely bound up one with the other. The value of imaginative speech is determined by these conditions: that the images used should be original, that their author should himself link together the actual and the created images, his own skill making him susceptible to their just and harmonious association. If he repeats or imitates the images of others, he achieves nothing. Hence, it is necessary that every artist should be an observer, and so, speaking of the generality of intelligences, it may be said that in order to develop the imagination, it is necessary for everyone first of all to put himself in contact with reality. The same thing holds good in art. The artist imagines his figure. He does not copy it, he creates it. But this creation is in fact the fruit of the mind, which is rooted in the observation of reality. The painter and the sculptor are par excellence types of visual susceptibility to the forms and colors of their environment, capable of perceiving its harmonies and contrasts, and it is by refining his powers of observation that the artist finally perfects himself and succeeds in creating a masterpiece. The immortal art of Greece was above all an art based on observation. The scanty clothing, which was the fashion of his day, enabled the Greek artist to contemplate the human form freely, and the exquisite sensibility of his eye enabled him to distinguish the beautiful body from that which lacked harmony, until, under the impulse of genius, he was able to create the ideal figure, conceived by the fusion of individual beauties chosen from details in the sensorial storehouse of the mind. The artist, when he creates, certainly does not compose by putting together the parts, which are to form the whole as in a mosaic. In the ardor of inspiration, he sees the complete new figure born of his genius, but details he has accumulated have served to nourish it, as the blood nourishes the new man in the bosom of his mother. Raphael continually visited the Trastevere, a popular quarter where the most beautiful women in Rome were to be found, in order to seek the type of Madonna. It was here he became acquainted with the Fornarina of his models, but when he painted the Madonna he reproduced the image of his soul. We are told that Michelangelo would spend entire evenings gazing into space, and when they asked him at what he was gazing, he replied, "I see a dome." It was after this form, so marvelously created within him, that the famous cupola of St. Peter's in Rome was fashioned, but it could never have been born even in the mind of Michelangelo if his architectural studies had not prepared the material for it. No genius has ever been able to create the absolutely new. We have only to think of certain forms much used in art, and heavy and grotesque as the human fancy, which is incapable of rising above the earth. It seems to me amazing that the figure of the winged angel should still persist, and that no artist should have yet improved upon it. To represent a being more diaphanous than man, and without corporeal weight. We have robust beings whose backs are furnished with colossal wings covered with heavy feathers. Strange indeed is this fusion in a single creature of such incompatible natural features as hair and feathers, and this attribution to a human being of 6 limbs, arms, legs, and wings, as to an insect. This strange conception continues to be so materialized, not certainly as an artistic idea, but as the result of poverty of language. Indeed, we talk of angels flying because our language is human and earthly, and we cannot imagine the attributes of angels. Few indeed are the artists who, in pictures of the Annunciation, represent the angel as a luminous, delicate, and evanescent figure. The more perfect the approximation to truth, the more perfect is art. When, for instance, in a drawing room, someone pays us a compliment, if this is founded upon one of our real qualities and touches it closely, we feel legitimate satisfaction, because what has been said is relevant, and we may conclude that the person has observed us and feels a sincere admiration for us. We accordingly think of such a person, he is subtle and intellectual, and we feel disposed to reciprocate his friendliness. But if the compliment praises us for qualities we do not possess, or distorts or exaggerates our true attributes, we think with disgust, what a coarse creature, and feel even more coldly to him than before. Dante's sublime sonnet must certainly have touched the heart of Beatrice profoundly. My lady looks so gentle and so pure, when yielding salutation by the way, that the tongue trembles and has naught to say, and the eyes which fain would see may not endure, and still amid the praise she hears secure, she walks with humbleness for her array, seeming a creature sent from heaven to stay on earth and show a miracle made sure. She is so pleasant in the eyes of men, that through the sight the inmost heart doth gain a sweetness which needs proof to know it by, and from between her lips there seems to move a soothing essence that is full of love, saying forever to the spirit, sigh. Rossetti's translation, Dante's Vita Nuova, paragraph 26. A very different impression must have been made on the self-respect and delicate sensibility of a feminine soul by this other sonnet, which is clumsy and bombastic, because it is full of inappropriate and exaggerated metaphors. Your salutation and your glances bright deal death to him who greets you on your way. Love my assailant, heedless of my plight, cares naught if what he does shall heal or slay. Straight to the mark his arrow flew apace, piercing my heart and cleaving it in twain. As I was one who sees death face to face, no word I spake, so great my burning pain. As through the window of the lordly tower the missile hurtles, shattering all within, so did the arrow enter through my eye. Bereft of life and spirit in that hour, I stood there to a man of brass akin, that mocks with semblance of humanity. Guinizelli, 1300. If then the true basis of the imagination is reality, and its perception is related to exactness of observation, it is necessary to prepare children to perceive the things in their environment exactly, in order to secure for them the material required by the imagination. Further, the exercise of the intelligence, reasoning within sharply defined limits and distinguishing one thing from another, prepares a cement for imaginative constructions, because these are the more beautiful the more closely they are united to a form, and the more logical they are in the association of individual images. The fancy which exaggerates and invents coarsely does not put the child on the right road. A true preparation digs the beds where the waters which well up from intellectual creation will flow, in smiling or majestic rivers, without overflowing and so destroying the beauty of internal order. In the matter of causing the springing up of these rushing waters of internal creation, we are powerless. Never to obstruct the spontaneous outburst of an activity, even though it springs forth like the humble trickle of some almost invisible source, and to wait. This is our task. Why should we delude ourselves with the idea that we can create an intelligence, we who can do nothing but observe and await the blade of grass which is sprouting, the microbe which is dividing itself? We must consider that creative imagination must rise like an illuminated palace on dark foundations deeply embedded in the rock, if it is to be anything but a house of cards, an illusion, an error, and the salvation of the intelligence is to be able to plant the feet on firm ground. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of Spontaneous Activity in Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Spontaneous Activity in Education by Maria Montessori. Translated by Florence Simmonds. Chapter 9, Part 2. Imagination in Children. It is a very common belief that the young child is characterized by a vivid imagination, and therefore a special education should be adopted to cultivate this special gift of nature. His mentality differs from ours. He escapes from our strongly marked and restricted limits, and loves to wander in the fascinating worlds of unreality, a tendency which is also characteristic of savage peoples. This childish characteristic, however, gave rise to the generalization of a materialistic idea now discredited. Ontogenesis sums up phylogenesis. That is, the life of the individual reproduces the life of the species, just as the life of man reproduces the life of civilization. So among young children we find the psychical characteristics of savages. Hence the child, like the savage, is attracted by the fantastic, the supernatural, and the unreal. Instead of indulging in such flights of scientific fancy as these, it would be much simpler to declare that an organism as yet immature, like that of a child, has remote affinities with mentalities less mature than our own, like those of savages. But even if we refrain from interfering with the belief of those who interpret childish mentality as a savage state, we may point out that, as in any case, this savage state is transient and must be superseded. Education should help the child to overcome it. It should not develop the savage state nor keep the child therein. All the forms of imperfect development we encounter in the child have some resemblance to corresponding characteristics in the savage. For instance, in language, poverty of expression, the existence only of concrete terms, and the generalization of words by means of which a single word serves several purposes and indicates several objects. The absence of inflections in verbs causing the child to use only the infinitive. But no one would maintain that for this reason we ought to restrict the child artificially to such primitive language to enable him to pass through his prehistoric period easily. And if some peoples remain permanently in a state of imagination in which unrealities predominate, our child, on the contrary, belongs to a people for whom the delights of the mind are to be found in the great works of art and the civilizing constructions of science, and in those products of the higher imagination which represent the environment in which the intelligence of our child is destined to form itself. It is natural that in the hazy period of his mental development, the child should be attracted by fantastic ideas, but this must not make us forget that he is to be our continuator, and for that reason should be superior to us, and the least we ought to give him to this end is the maximum at our disposal. A form of imagination supposed to be proper to childhood, and almost universally recognized as creative imagination, is the spontaneous work of the infant mind, by which children attribute desirable characteristics to objects which do not possess them. Who has not seen a child riding upon and whipping his father's walking stick, as if he were mounted upon a real horse? There we have proof of imagination in the child. What pleasure it gives to children to construct a splendid coach with chairs and armchairs, and while some recline inside looking out with delight at an imaginary landscape or bowing to an applauding crowd, other children, perched on the backs of chairs, beat the air as if they were whipping fiery horses. Here is another proof of imagination. But if we observe rich children who own quiet ponies and drive out habitually in carriages and motor cars, we shall find that they look with a touch of contempt at the child who is running about whipping a stick in great excitement. They would be astonished to see the delight of children who imagine themselves to be drawn along by stationary armchairs. They would say of such children, "They are very poor. They act thus because they have no horses or carriages." An adult resigns himself to his lot. A child creates an illusion. But this is not a proof of imagination. It is a proof of an unsatisfied desire. It is not an activity bound up with gifts of nature. It is a manifestation of conscious, sensitive poverty. No one, we may be sure, will say that in order to educate a rich child we should take away his pony and give him a stick. Nor is it necessary to prevent the poor child from being content with his stick. If a poor man, a beggar, had nothing but dry bread to eat, and if he placed himself by the grated window of a rich underground kitchen because he smelt its savory odors, he imagined himself to be eating excellent dishes together with his bread, who could prevent him? But no one would say that in order to develop the imaginative activity of the fortunate persons for whom the actual dishes were destined, it would be well to take away their meat and give them bread and fragrance. A poor mother who was devoted to her little child offered him the piece of bread, which was all she had to give in this manner. She divided it into 2 portions and gave them to him in succession, saying, "This is the bread, this is the meat." The child was quite content, but no mother would deprive her child of food in order to develop his imagination in this way. And yet, I was once seriously asked by someone if it would be injurious to give a piano to a child who was continually practicing with his fingers upon the table, as if he were playing the piano. "And why should it be injurious?" I asked. "Because if I do so, he will learn music, it is true, but his imagination will no longer be exercised, and I do not know which would be best for him." Some of Froebel's games are based upon similar beliefs. A wooden brick is given to a child with the words, "This is a horse." Bricks are then arranged in a certain order, and he is told, "This is the stable. Now let us put the horse into the stable." Then the bricks are differently arranged. This is a tower, this is the village church, etc. In such exercises, the objects, bricks, lend themselves to illusion less readily than a stick used as a horse, which the child can at least best ride and beat, moving all the while. The building of towers and churches with horses brings the mental confusion of the child to its culmination. Moreover, in this case, it is not the child who imagines spontaneously and works with his brains, for at the moment he is required to see that which the teacher suggests. And it is impossible to know whether the child really thinks that the stable has become a church, or whether his attention has wandered elsewhere. He would, of course, like to move, but he cannot because he is obliged to contemplate the kind of cinematograph of which the teacher speaks in the series of images she suggests, though they exist only in the shape of pieces of wood, all of the same size. What is it that is thus being cultivated in these immature minds? What do we find akin to this in the adult world which will enable us to understand for what definitive forms we prepare the mind by such a method of education? There are indeed men who really take a tree for a throne and issue royal commands. Some believe themselves to be God for false perceptions, or the graver form, illusions, are the beginning of false reasoning and the concomitants of delirium. The insane produce nothing, nor can those children, condemned to the immobility of an education which tends to develop their innocent manifestations of unsatisfied desires into mania, produce anything either for themselves or others. We, however, suppose that we are developing the imagination of children by making them accept fantastic things as realities. Thus, for instance, in Latin countries, Christmas is personified by an ugly woman, the Befana, who comes through walls and down the chimneys, bringing toys for the good children and leaving only lumps of coal for the naughty ones. In Anglo-Saxon countries, on the other hand, Christmas is an old man covered with snow who carries a huge basket containing toys for children, and who really enters their houses by night. But how can the imagination of children be developed by what is, on the contrary, the fruit of our imagination? It is we who imagine, not they. They believe, they do not imagine. Credulity is indeed a characteristic of immature minds which lack experience and knowledge of realities, and are as yet devoid of that intelligence which distinguishes the true from the false, the beautiful from the ugly, the possible from the impossible. Is it then credulity we wish to develop in our children, merely because they show themselves to be credulous at an age when they are naturally ignorant and immature? Of course, credulity may exist in adults, but it exists in contrast with intelligence and is neither its foundation nor its fruit. It is in periods of intellectual darkness that credulity germinates, and we are proud to have outlived these epochs. We speak of credulity as a mark of the uncivilized. Here is a piquant anecdote of the 17th century. The Pont Neuf in Paris was the main highway for foot passengers and a meeting place for loungers. Many mountebanks and charlatans mingled with the crowd. There was one of these charlatans who was making a fortune. He sold an ointment from China which enlarged the eyes, decreased the size of the mouth, lengthened noses that were too short and shortened those that were too long. Desartane, chief of the police, called up this charlatan to have him imprisoned, and said to him, "Mariolo, how do you manage to attract so many people and gain so much money?" "Sir," replied the other, "how many persons do you suppose cross the bridge in one day?" "From 10 to 12,000, replied Desartane. "Well, sir, how many intelligent persons do you suppose there are among them?" 100, replied the official. "That's a liberal allowance," said the charlatan, "but let us leave it at that. I will rely on the other 9,900 for my living." The situation has so far changed between those days and our own, that there are now more intelligent and fewer credulous persons. Education, therefore, should not be directed to credulity, but to intelligence. He who bases education on credulity builds upon sand. I know of an incident which is perhaps reproduced in our society thousands of times. Two girls of noble family had been educated in a convent, where, to safeguard them from the seductions and vanities of the life for which they were destined, the nuns had persuaded them that the world is full of deceit, and that if, when people praise us, we would conceal ourselves and listen to what they say when we have disappeared, we should hear very chastening things. When they were of an age to be presented in society, the two youthful princesses made their very first appearance at an evening reception to which their mother had invited a great many guests. All lavished praises on the charming young girls. In the drawing room, there was an alcove concealed by a large curtain. Curious to hear what would be said of them when they disappeared, the two agreed to slip out and hide behind the curtain. Scarcely had the attractive objects of the general admiration vanished, when the praises which had been kept within due bounds in their presence were redoubled. The two girls told me that they experienced an indescribable revulsion of feeling at that moment. They thought that everything the nuns had made them believe was false. They renounced religion there and then, and made up their minds to throw themselves into the pleasures of society. We afterwards had to reconstruct our lives ourselves, embrace the truths of religion afresh, and understand for ourselves the emptiness of social brilliance. Credulity gradually disappears with experience, and as the mind matures, instruction helps towards this end. In nations as in persons, the evolution of civilization and of souls tends to diminish credulity. Knowledge, as is commonly said, dispels the darkness of ignorance. In the void which is ignorance, the fancy easily wanders, just because it lacks the support which would enable it to rise to a higher level. Thus the Pillars of Hercules disappeared when the Straits of Gibraltar became the gates of the oceans, and no Columbus could now persuade the Red Indians, whom the great American spirit of democracy receives into its civilizing schools, that the heavens are obedient to him, darkening the sun at his command, for eclipses are phenomena as well known to them as to the white races. Is this illusory imagination based upon credulity a thing we ought to develop in children? We certainly have no wish to see it persist. In fact, where we are told that a child no longer believes in fairy tales, we rejoice. We say then, he is no longer a baby. This is what should happen, and we await it. The day will come when he will no longer believe these stories. But if the maturation takes place, we ought to ask ourselves, what have we done to help it? What support did we offer to this frail mind to enable it to grow straight and strong? The child overcomes his difficulties in spite of our endeavor to keep him in ignorance and illusion. The child overcomes himself and us. He goes where his internal force of development and maturation lead him. He might, however, say to us, "How much you have made us suffer! The work of raising ourselves was hard enough already, and you oppressed us." Would not such conduct be much as if we compressed the gums to prevent the teeth from coming, because it is characteristic of babies to be toothless? Or prevented the little body from standing erect, because at first the characteristic of the infant is that it does not rise to its feet? Indeed, we do something of the same sort when we deliberately prolong the poverty and inaccuracy of childish speech. Instead of helping the child by making him listen intently to the distinct enunciation of speech sounds and watch the movements of the mouth, we adopt his rudimentary language and repeat the primordial sounds he utters, lisping and perverting the consonants in the manner habitual to those making first efforts to articulate words. Thus we prolong a formative period full of difficulty and exertion for the child, thrusting him back into the fatiguing infant state. And we are behaving in exactly the same manner today with regard to the so-called education of the imagination. We are amused by the illusions, the ignorance, and the errors of the immature mind, just as at no very remote date we were amused to see an infant laugh when it was tossed up and down, and proceeding now condemned by infantile hygiene as wrong and dangerous in the extreme. In short, it is we who are amused by the Christmas festivities and the credulity of the child. If we confess the truth, we must admit that we are somewhat like the fine lady who took a superficial interest in a hospital for poor children, but who kept on declaring, "If there were to be no more sick children, I should be quite unhappy." We too might say, If the credulity of children were to cease, a great pleasure would be taken from our lives. It is one of the careless errors of our day to arrest artificially a stage of development for our amusement, as in the ancient courts the bodily growth of certain victims was arrested to make them dwarves, and the pastime of the king. Such a statement may seem severe, but it rests on an actual fact. We are unconscious of it. It is true, yet we speak of it continually when we say among ourselves with lofty scorn of the age of immaturity, "Really, we are not children." If we would refrain from prologuing the child's immaturity in order to be able to contemplate his inferior state in immobility, and would, on the contrary, allow free growth, admiring the marvels of his progression, ever on the road of higher conquests, we should say of him, with Christ, "He who would be perfect must become as a little child." If what is called infant imagination is the product of immaturity of the mind, combined with the poverty in which we leave the child and the ignorance in which he finds himself, the first thing to do is to enrich his life by an environment in which he will become the owner of something, and to enrich his mind by knowledge and experience based on reality. And having given him these, we must allow him to mature in liberty. It is from freedom of development that we may expect the manifestations of his imagination. To enrich the child who is the poorest among us, because he has nothing and is the slave of all, this is our first duty towards him. It will be said, must we then give horses, carriages, and pianos to all children? By no means. Remedies are never direct when a complex life is in question. The child who has nothing is the one who dreams of things the most impossible of attainment. The destitute dream of millions, the oppressed of a throne. But he who possesses something attaches himself to that which he possesses, to preserve and increase it reasonably. A person without employment will dream of becoming a prince, but a teacher in a school dreams of becoming a headmaster. Thus the child who has a house of his own, who possesses brooms, rubbers, pottery, soap, dressing tables, and furniture, is happy in the care of all these things. His desires are moderated, and the peace he derives from them opens up a life of expansion to his internal creative activities. It is living among the real possessions of his own which calms the child, and assuages those desires which consume his precious power in the vanity of illusion. Such a result is not to be achieved by imagining that he is living among possessions of his own. Some teachers in charge of a model orphanage once said to me, "We too make our children perform the exercises of practical life which you describe. Come and see." I went. Some of the authorities were also present, and a university professor of pedagogy. Some children seated at a little table with playthings were laying the table for a doll's meal. Their faces were quite without expression. I looked in amazement at the persons who had invited me. They seemed quite satisfied. They evidently thought that there was no difference between laying a table in play and laying it for an actual meal. For them, imaginary life and real life were the same thing. May not this subtle form of error be instilled in infancy and afterwards persist as a mental attitude? It was perhaps this error which caused a famous Italian pedagogist to say to me, "Liberty a new thing? Pray, read Comenius. You will find that it was already discussed in his times." I replied, "Yes, many talk of it, but the liberty I mean is a form of liberty actually realized." He seemed not to understand the difference. I ought to have asked, "Do you not believe that there is a difference between him who talks of millions and him who possesses them?" To be contented with the imaginary, and to live as if what we imagine actually existed, to run after illusion, and to not recognize reality, is a thing so common that scarcely is it apprehended, and the cry of alarm raised. Awake to the truth, O man, when the consciousness becomes aware of a kind of gnawing parasite which has wormed itself subtly into our intelligence. The power to imagine always exists, whether or not it has a solid base on which to rest and materials with which to build. But when it does not elaborate from reality and truth, instead of raising a divine structure, it forms incrustations which compress the intelligence and prevent the light from penetrating thereto. How much time and strength man has lost and is losing by this error! Just as vice, which is an exercise of function without purpose, wastes the body until it becomes diseased, so imagination, unsustained by truth, consumes the intelligence until it assumes characteristics akin to the mental characteristics of the insane. Fable and religion. I have frequently heard it said that the education of the imagination on a basis of fancy prepares the soul of the child for religious education, and that an education based on reality, as in this method we would adopt, is too arid and tends to dry up the founts of spiritual life. Such reasoning, however, will not be accepted by religious persons. They know well that faith and fable are as the poles apart, since fable is in itself a thing without faith, and faith is the very sentiment of truth, which should accompany man even unto death. Religion is not a product of fantastic imagination. It is the greatest of realities, the one truth to the religious man. It is the fount and basis of his life. The man without religion is not certainly a person without imagination, but rather one who lacks internal equilibrium. Compared with the religious man, he is less calm, less strong in adversity. Not only this, but he is more unsettled in his own ideas. He is weaker and more unhappy. And it is in this vein that he catches at imagination to create a world for himself outside reality. Something within him cries aloud in the words of David, "My soul is athirst for God." And if he hopes to reach the goal of his real life by the help of imagination alone, he may feel his feet giving way among quicksands at a supreme moment of effort. When an apostle seeks to win a soul to religion, where man may plant his faltering feet on a rock, he appeals to understanding, not to imagination, for he knows that his task is not to create something, but to call aloud to that which is slumbering in the depths of his heart. He knows that he must shake off the torpor from a feeble life, as he would shake the snow from a living body buried in a drift, not build up a puppet of ice which will melt under the rays of the sun. It is true that fantastic imagination penetrates religion, but in the guise of error. In the Middle Ages, for instance, epidemics were ascribed with great simplicity to a direct act of divine chastisement. Today, they are attributed to the direct action of microbes. Papin's steam engines suggested diabolical intervention. But these are precisely the kind of prejudices which, like all fantasies, swarm in the void of ignorance. All religion is not thus constructed like a fantastic castle erected on a basis of ignorance. Otherwise, we should see savage peoples religious and civilized peoples without religion. Whereas savages have a frail and fantastic religion, mainly constructed upon the terror inspired by the mysterious activities of nature, and civilized peoples have a positive religion, which becomes stronger as it becomes purer, while the science of truth, penetrating into nature, serves to exalt and illustrate its mysteries. And above all, today, when there is movement in favor of eliminating religion altogether from the school, can we propose to introduce it by cultivating fable? It is such a simple matter to open the door directly to religion itself and allow its radiance to penetrate, warming and invigorating life. But it should enter like the sun into creation, not like the Befana from the chimney top. Fable could prepare to some extent for pagan religion, which split up the divinity into innumerable minor gods, symbolizing the external world. This, being apprehended by the senses, may lend itself to illusion, but fable could certainly never prepare for Christianity, which brings God into contact with the inner life of man, one and indivisible, and teaches the laws of life which is felt by man. If the positive sciences be extraneous to religion, it cannot be said that it is the study of reality in itself which alienates us therefrom. Hitherto, the positive sciences have studied the external world in its analytical details, and if they could have made a sympathetic religion, that religion might be the pagan creed. Indeed, so far science has brought a very perceptive breath of paganism among us. But when it shall have succeeded in penetrating the inner man, and there making manifest the laws of life and the realities of existence, a great Christian light will surely shine upon men, and maybe children, like the angels over Bethlehem, will sing the hymn invoking peace between science and faith. St. John in the desert made straight the way of the Lord, and purged men of the grossest errors, and thus a method which gives internal equilibrium and disperses the grossest errors which suffocate the spiritual energies, makes ready for the reception of truth and the recognition of the way of life. The education of the imagination in schools for older children. What is the method adopted in the ordinary elementary schools for the education of the imagination? The school is in most cases a bare naked place where the gray color of the walls and the white muslin curtains of the windows preclude any alleviation for the senses. The object of this depressing environment is to prevent the distraction of the scholar's attention by stimuli and concentrate it upon the teacher who speaks. The children, seated, listen motionless hour after hour. When they draw, they have to reproduce another drawing exactly. When they move, it is in obedience to an order given by another person. Their personalities are appraised solely by the standard of passive obedience. The education of their wills consists of the methodical renunciation of volition. Our usual pedagogy, said Clapper Reed, oppresses children with a mass of information which can never help them to direct their conduct. We make them listen when they have no desire to hear, speak, write, narrate, compose, and discourse when they have nothing to say. We make them observe when they have no curiosity, reason when they have no desire to discover anything. We incite them to efforts which are supposed to be voluntary without the preliminary acquiescence of their ego in the task imposed. That inner consensus which alone gives moral value to submission to duty. The children, thus reduced to slavery, use their eyes to read, their hands to write, their ears to hear what the teacher says. Their bodies indeed are stationary, but their minds are unable to dwell upon anything. They must be continually exerting themselves to run after the mind of the teacher, who in this turn is urged on by a program drawn up at random, and which is certainly regardless of childish tendencies. The mind has to pass from thing to thing. Images, fugitive and uncertain as dreams, appear from time to time before the eyes of the child. The teacher draws a triangle on the blackboard and then erases it. It was a momentary vision represented as an abstraction. Those children have never held a concrete triangle in their hands. They have to remember by an effort. A contour around which abstract geometrical calculations will presently gather thickly. Such a figure will never achieve anything within them. It will not be felt. Combined with others, it will never be an inspiration. It is the same with everything else. The object would seem to be fatigue for its own sake. That fatigue which has engrossed almost the sum of effort of experimental psychology. In this environment, where free exercise is prohibited, as also the choice of work and meditation, where every sentiment is oppressed and from which every external stimulus which might enrich the intelligence with spontaneous acquisitions is eliminated, An attempt is made to excite the imagination by giving compositions to be written. This means that the child has to produce without having the necessary material, to give without possessing, achieve internal activities which he is prevented from developing. And production is to come from the exercise of production. Constant practice in composition is to develop the imagination. From the sterility of the void, the most complex products of the intelligence are to be evolved. It is well known that composition represents the great difficulty of our schools. All teachers have declared that children are poor in ideas, that they have disorderly minds, and that they are absolutely without originality. The examination in written composition has always been the most painful of all. Everyone knows the expression of the child who hears the title of an obligatory theme dictated, and who in a few hours must hand in a written composition, a product of the imagination. It is with anguish, with oppression of the heart, with cold hands and eyes anxiously interrogating the clock, in terror of the fleeting hour, under the distrustful surveillance of a teacher who for the occasion is transformed into a spy warder like those in penal prisons, that he undergoes his torture to the end. Woe to him if he does not hand in his composition. He will be ruined, for this is the principal test, the one in which he is free to manifest his own worth, to give the true individual fruit by which others will measure his intelligence. It is in this way that our young generations often find neurasthenia and even suicide. Scholars cannot answer, as did the greatest poet of our times, Carducci, when he was requested to write an ode on the occasion of the death of a personage. It is inspiration, not an occasion, which would make me write an ode. It is interesting to study the methods by which in modern schools, where some elements of psychical hygiene have penetrated, attempts are made to help the pupils by diminishing their exhausting effort and leading them on gradually to composition. Composition, we must pass over the contradiction in terms for the moment, is taught. The teacher gives collective lessons in composition just as she would explain arithmetic. This is called collective oral composition. We will allow specialists in this method to speak, giving a passage containing a preparation of teachers for such lessons. Method to be followed in the manner of indicating the theme. Let us take, by way of illustration, the following brief narrative, which consists of 3 phases. 1. Ernesto did not know his lesson. 2. The teacher scolded the child severely. 3. Ernesto wept and promised to do better. If we indicate the narrative by the words, Ernesto did not know his lesson. First fact, cause. The pupil will go on easily to the effect, consisting of the 2 other phases, which logically and in chronological order follow the cause. If, on the other hand, we give as the theme the indication corresponding to the second phase, the teacher scolded the child, we oblige the pupil to go back to the cause and to make the third phase follow upon the second. We place the pupil in a more difficult position if we give as the theme, Ernesto wept and promised to do better, since he will then be obliged to go back to the second and thence to the first phase. Hence, the first phase in every brief narrative ought to serve to indicate the theme. Method. The teacher should write the theme on the blackboard and invite the pupils to think of, not to say, a possible consequence of the fact indicated in the theme. The teacher must let it be understood that the pupils are to work independently without the help of suggestion. Let us see. Louisa threw a piece of wool into the fire. Theme. Think of a possible consequence. Say what happened in consequence. The wool caused a bad smell. Very good. You repeat the narrative. Louisa threw a piece of wool into the fire. The wool caused a bad smell. Can anyone add another little thought, another possible consequence? The teacher reproved Louisa. A pupil opened the window. The teacher repeats the exercise using the themes ABC and causing the results arrived at with the collaboration of the scholars to be written in their copybooks. A theme may be proposed, and the pupils may be left free to develop it without any further explanations. Theme A. Louisa threw a piece of wool into the fire. The wool caused a bad smell. The teacher reproved Louisa. A companion opened the window to allow the bad odor to escape. Theme B. Ernesto upset the ink on the floor. The floor was stained. The teacher reproved the child. Ernesto promised to be more careful. Theme C. Elisa read the story well. The teacher praised her and gave her a good mark. Elisa was very much pleased. Theme D. Mario made a blot on his copybook. The teacher did not correct his exercise. She scolded him. The boy went home crying. After all this collective practice, the teacher gives a free theme, such as the following. Maria knew her lesson well. In developing it, the children are expected to follow the above examples. That is to say, they are to indicate in 2 sentences the logical effects of such a cause. The teacher gave her 10 marks and praised her, then she told her to persevere in her industry. Sometimes the teaching has a psychological purport rather than a logical one. In such a case, the little thoughts are not linked together as cause and effect, but by the display of psychical activities in 3 spheres: knowing, feeling, and willing. Examples. Amelia made me smell some ammonia. Fact perceived. What a horrible smell. Sentiment. I will not smell it again. Volition. Gigi pulled my hair. Fact perceived. It hurt me. Sentiment. I pulled my companion's hand away quickly. Volition. With methods such as these, it is obvious that every possibility of inspiration and creation will be destroyed. The child has to follow phrase by phrase what the teacher indicates, thus every spark of aptitude for original composition is quenched. Not only does the child remain empty of material wherewith to create, as in the past, but the very capacity for creation disappears, so that if tomorrow material should be formed in his mind, he would no longer have the impulse to utilize it, and his thought would be fettered by his school routine. Intellectual education carried on by the teacher on such a system makes one think of a chauffeur who should shut up the motor of an automobile and try to propel it by the strength of his arms. He would in this case be a porter, and the automobile a useless machine. When, on the other hand, the motor is open, the internal force moves the car, and the chauffeur only has to guide it, that it may go safely along the street, not run into obstacles or rush into ditches, and not injure anyone upon its course. This guidance is the only thing necessary, but the real progression is due solely to the internal impulse, which no one can create. It was thus that the first Italian literary renaissance came about, when the new sweet style arose with Dante as the spontaneous expression of feeling. Count of me but as one, who am the scribe of love, that when he breathes, take up my pen, and as he dictates, write. Carey's translation, Purgatorio, Canto 24. The child must create his interior life before he can express anything. He must take spontaneously from the external world constructive material in order to compose. He must exercise his intelligence freely before he can be ready to find the logical connection between things. We ought to offer the child that which is necessary for his internal life, and leave him free to produce. Perhaps it would not then be impossible to meet a child running with sparkling eyes to write a letter, or walking and meditating as he cultivates a nascent inspiration. We ought to tend and nourish the internal child and await his manifestations. If imaginative creation comes late, it will be because the intelligence is not sufficiently mature to create until late. We should no more force it with a fiction than we should put a false mustache on a child, because otherwise he will not have one till he is 20. End of Chapter 9, Part 2.
Chapter 9 of Spontaneous Activity in Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. Spontaneous Activity in Education by Maria Montessori. Translated by Florence SIMMONDS. Chapter 9. The Moral Question, Part 1. When we said, to begin with, that positive science had only given the reform of physical life, together with the modern rules of hygiene, as its contribution to society, we were unjust to positive science. It has considered not only physical life, but moral life. It is enough to think of those studies in bacteriology which refer to the vehicles of infectious maladies in the environment, in order to recognize therefrom a primary token of the important place which is assigned to the community of human interests. And this is now affirmed with an emphasis never before displayed. Microbes multiply chiefly in damp and dirty places. Underfed people are more prone to illness than others, and so are those who are overtired. Therefore, illness and early death must be the heritage of the poor who, underfed and overtired, live in damp, dirty places. No, it is a question of vehicles. Microbes spread in all directions from the sources of infection, by means of dust, insects, and all the usual objects of life. In fact, by all means of transport. They exist in inconceivable and fabulous numbers, and every sick person is an almost incredible source of illness and death. One single person would suffice to contaminate the whole of Europe. The means of transport allow microbes to cross oceans and continents in every sense. We need only to observe the transatlantic lines, and those of the railways of the world, in order to realize the lines of communication between the maladies which afflict humanity in all the places of the earth. We need only study the industrial changes of matter in order to follow in detail the daily path of the microbes, which put all classes of society into intimate communication. The rich lady wears linen on her person which comes from the hands of the poor, and is constantly in their keeping. She cannot put food into her mouth unless it is offered to her by the poor who have handled it over and over again. The air which is breathed by the rich may contain in its dust the desiccated germs which a consumptive workman has scattered on the ground. There is no way of escape. Statistics prove this. The death rate from infectious diseases is tremendously high in all countries, among both rich and poor, although the poor die in a double proportion to the rich. How can we deliver ourselves from the scourge? Only on condition that there be no more sources of infection. That is to say, that there be no longer unhealthful places in the world, and no underfed people constrained to work beyond their strength. The only way by which the individual may escape is that by which all humanity may be saved. It is a great principle, which seems to ring like a trumpet call. Men, help one another, or you will die. It is a fact that science has inaugurated works of sanitation as its practical contribution to the fight against mortality. Towns have been opened out, water has been laid on, houses have been built for the poor, and labor has been protected. All the environment tends to ameliorate the conditions of life of the population. No works of charity, no expression of love or of pity has ever been able to do so much. Science has shown us that those works which were called charitable, and were looked upon merely as a moral virtue, represented the first step, although a restricted and insufficient one, towards the real salvation of the health of humanity. It was that which had to be done in order to fight against death. But in order to reach the goal, such work should be universal, and should constitute a reformation of society. Then it becomes social progress, when there will be no benefactors or benefited, but merely humanity which has increased its own well-being. This principle, all men are brothers, let them love and help one another, and let not the right hand know what the left hand doeth, will have been translated into practice. In sentimental times, poverty was a stimulus to which the rich man reacted. The poor did not really tend to educate the rich man's feelings. If in those times the poor man had said, "Give me necessities or thou shalt die," the rich man would have been indignant. He was very far from realizing that the poor man was his brother, with whom he shared his rights as well as the danger of death. Today science has put things on a different footing. It has realized that charity befits both rich and poor, and has constituted a principle of civilization that which formerly was a moral principle entrusted to sentiment. In the case of morals, too, hygiene has penetrated, and has given the individual rules of life. It is through hygiene that debauchery has become less common, that those Epicurean feasts which were celebrated in ancient times are replaced today by hygienic meals, the value of which consists in the wise proportion between the needs of the body and the food which is prepared. Wine and alcohol are rejected by the rich more than by the poor. We eat in order to keep ourselves in good health, and therefore without excess and without poison. This is what the ancient morality preached when it fought against the vice of gluttony, and proclaimed fasting and abstinence to be virtues. No one in those times could have imagined that the day would come when millionaires would voluntarily substitute lemonade for wine, and that great banquets would disappear entirely, leaving only the accounts of them as a curiosity of the past. Nay, more, none of these modern ascetics are proud of their virtue. They seem to respond with simplicity to the gospel precept, "When ye fast, be not as the hypocrites of a sad countenance, but anoint thine head, that thou appear not unto men to fast, but unto my Father which seeth in secret." If one of the ancient preachers could talk to these ascetics, he would also be much edified by their conversation. What has become of those pleasantries which formed life and delight and gaiety in the time of Marguerite of Valois? The tales of Boccaccio could not now be discussed in English society, nor in any modern aristocratic society, even of much lower social rank than that which surrounded Marguerite of Valois. Nowadays people are afraid of uttering an incorrect word, even of hinting at the most innocent functions of the body, or of naming those parts of their clothing which come in contact with the skin. They only talk about elevated things, and only those who instruct us are looked upon as brilliant conversationalists. Those who, in speaking of their travels, tell us about the customs of the people, or who, speaking of politics, tell us of the current situation. Excessive laughter, jokes, and violent gestures are not permitted. Everyone keeps his limbs quiet, even avoiding those vivacious and inoffensive gestures which are the natural accompaniment of conversation. The tone of voice is so modulated as to be scarcely audible. The ancient preacher would say, "These people have carried out St. Paul's exhortation to an exaggerated degree. But fornication and all uncleanliness, let it not once be named among you, as becometh saints; neither filthiness, nor foolish talking, nor jesting which are not convenient." Among these evolutions of manners, we find that it is once more hygiene which, making itself the guide of fashion, has by degrees simplified clothes, done away with pomatum and rouge, abolished crinolines, modified stays in shoes, caused long train dresses to disappear from the streets, and has introduced uniformity in clothing. If a man who lived in ancient times were to appear among us, he would ask, "Why are the people doing penance? I see men without any ornaments, and with their hair cut short, and women who, with an edifying renunciation of vanity, go along the street without wigs, and without patches on their faces, with their hair simply knotted up. I see countesses dressed in inexpensive costumes, in simple dark monastic dresses, almost like those of the poor. The carriages are dark, like funeral cars, and the servants wear mourning livery. Carnival no longer enlivens the streets. Everyone goes about silently and gravely." Who could ever have persuaded the people of old times, who used to preach against excessive vanity, that such a picture as this does not represent a time of penance, but ordinary daily life? These modern people, on their side, are far from thinking that they are condemned to a life of suffering. On the contrary, they look back with horror on the society of the past. They would never go back to those days when men were enslaved by grand dresses and by rouge, poisoning themselves with debauchery and dying of infectious diseases. They have freed themselves from a great many useless bonds, and have realized a higher enjoyment of life. All the comfort which makes life so delicious today would have been an incomprehensible secret to the nobility of past centuries. It is the secret of life. Possibly at one time monks and those who were living in the world thought of each other in a similar way. Those who had renounced the bondage of the world and all its vanities possessed a secret of life which was full of hitherto unknown delights, and they looked with horror upon the so called pleasure of their century; while those unconscious men who were slaves from the top of their bewigged heads to their feet compressed in narrow boots, called the ways of death life and enjoyment. Positive science has yet made another contribution, penetrating directly into the sphere of morality. By statistic methods of sociology, the social problems of immorality and crime have been opened up and external facts have been studied, and criminal anthropology has revealed the inferior types, who by hereditary taint are those who have a predisposition to all the moral infection of their surroundings. Morel's theories concerning degeneration and the resulting theories of Lombroso concerning criminals have undoubtedly brought light to this chaos, wherein opinion as to human goodness and wickedness was divided. Forms of degeneration are chiefly rooted in the nervous system, and all the abnormal personalities produced thereby deviate from the ordinary type. They have a different intelligence and different morality, false perceptions, false reasoning, illusions, anomalies of the will, such as impulses, irresolutions, and crazes. The deficient moral sense on which the abnormal intelligence builds up systematic delusions, which are interpreted as philosophical principles, place these persons in a category apart as extra social beings. The general nervous weakness and the wandering intelligence which preclude an interest in work make of these persons individuals incapable of production, who therefore try to live upon the productions of others. This fundamental fact, which tends to unite a dislike of productive labor with impulses towards rapine, causes them to make use of all those surrounding causes which prepare the external means for crime. These men are bad, but if we observe more closely we see that it is not wickedness with which we have to deal, but morbid conditions and social errors. If such be the case, these bad men, who from no fault of their own were born in these unhappy conditions, and who were driven to perdition by society, are really victims. Their whole history, when closely investigated, reveals this fact. They are hunted and neglected from babyhood, incapable of making themselves beloved owing to mental deficiency, volitive disorders, to the anomaly of the affections, and also to lack of physical attraction. They pass from maternal persecution to that of the school, and finally to that of society, bringing on themselves every kind of punishment. The first picture which Morel drew of these dead ones of the race was an impressive one. According to his original theory, containing a synthesis which, if not very exact, yet sums up the phenomenon with comprehensive clearness, when a cause of degeneration acts upon a man, he may have defective children, whose deficiency increases in the 2 or 3 following generations, until it is extinguished in the final sterility of exceedingly debased individuals. According to Morel, madmen, criminals, epileptics, and idiots form the sad series in this extinction of man. The man who dies leaving strong descendants does not really die, but is renewed in them, youth succeeding to age. It is only the degenerate who dies, for his kind is extinguished. The few miserable generations whom he produces represent a living agony. This dying species, which lives among the healthy, exhibiting its weakness, its delusions, its convulsions, irritability, and egoism, is finally driven into those tombs of the living, lunatic asylums and prisons. What a living picture, and what a warning to man! One fault may be a mortal one to him, for like the biblical curse, it transmits itself to generations and leads to eternal perdition. How terrible it is to think of punishment falling on the innocent head of a child, and how evident it is that our present life is not everything, but that it has a continuation, that we shall reap the true rewards or the true punishments of our existence. The choice lies to a great extent in our own hands. Shall we have a beautiful, healthy, prolific son, or a deformed, unhealthy, barren son, incapable of loving and understanding us? The hygiene of generation is the most important part of moral hygiene. If the salvation of the individual life can only be obtained by caring for the hygienic life of the whole humanity, it is only by rigorously following the laws of health and the laws of life that the salvation of the species can be obtained. Alcoholism, all poisons, overwork, constitutional maladies, disposition of nervous force, vice, and idleness are all causes of degeneration. It was science which went on preaching these things for the salvation of mankind, and by these means propagating virtue. But above all it inculcated the great principle of pardon, which hitherto had been one of the mysteries of religious morality. A few years ago no one, however pitiful and generous, could have looked upon the delinquent with the same justice and pity as science has done. It is pointed out that we are all responsible for this victim of social causes, that we must all accuse ourselves of the sins committed by the inferior individual, and exert ourselves for his regeneration by all the means in our power. It was only the saints who had an intuition of this truth, when they offered their merits for all men in common and accepted responsibility for the offences of all. "You will hold yourselves accountable," said St. John Chrysostom, "not only for your own salvation, but for universal salvation. He who prays must take upon himself the burden of the interests of the whole human race." It is certain that if Atages had cleansed our whole race of its deformities, and if an analogous morality had rendered us indifferent to the illnesses, weaknesses, and sufferings of humanity, regenerative science would not have been able to arise. It is only by recognizing the effects that we can go back to the unhealthy causes, and save humanity from danger. The causes of death are invisible and intangible as microbes. Man may drink poison when he thinks he is drinking nectar. Woe to us if the diseased and degenerate did not exhibit themselves to us as an advance guard, to testify to the unconscious errors which threaten us with perdition. Science has not exactly limited itself to tending the sick, like the personnel of a hospital, but it penetrated by that goodly door, and made its way in a contrary direction towards the normal humanity, unconscious of its danger. The ultimate result of science is not the care of the sick, but universal health. We owe hygienic comfort, which ensures our health and diminishes general mortality, to so great an extent, to the fact that sick people were collected together and tended. The promise of regeneration given us by eugenics, which offers us the universal hope of a more flourishing and happier generation than that of the past, has been made possible because we mercifully collect all the feeble minded, the epileptics, and the unhealthy. It was to this we had to look in order to find the roads which lead to health, and to arrive at the gates of a better world. When Christ showed the way of salvation to men, he pointed to those who were rejected by society, in whom the obvious effects of evil could be seen, because the causes of evil are too subtle, and are not always directly visible. You hear with your ears, but do not understand. You behold with your eyes, and do not see. But on the other hand, the extreme consequences are obvious, and it is enough that the will of man should agree to gather them in charitably and without repugnance, in order to obtain salvation. St. Matthew says at the last judgment those who are lost will be separated from those who are saved, and that the King will call the latter to his right hand, saying, "Come ye blessed of my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was an hungered, and you gave me meat. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was naked, and ye clothed me. I was in prison, and ye came unto me." "And when," replied the just, "saw we thee, Lord, an hungered, or thirsty, or naked? When we saw thee sick, or in prison, and came unto thee?" And the King shall answer and say unto them, "Inasmuch as ye have done it unto the least of these my brethren, ye have done it unto me." Then shall he also say unto them on the left hand, "Depart from me, ye cursed, into everlasting fire: for I was an hungered, and ye gave me no meat. I was thirsty, and ye gave me no drink. Sick and in prison, and ye visited me not." And they shall answer him, saying, "When saw we thee an hungered, or athirst, or a stranger, or naked, or sick, or in prison, and did not minister unto thee?" Then shall he answer them, saying, "Inasmuch as ye did it not to one of the least of these, ye did it not unto me." This is the fundamental difference between heathen and Christian morality, between intellectual Greek philosophy and practical modern science, between the aesthetic ideal and the ideal of life. Positive science, therefore, has made us realize a part of Christianity. We might almost say that the monastic orders practically represented, throughout the centuries and the different civilizations, the only form of life which is really life, and which science has revealed today. They alone, in a period of disorderly excess, had a dietary which begins to now be generally recognized as hygienic. They ate coarse bread, fresh fruit, milk fresh from the cow, many vegetables, little meat, at frugal but regular repasts. Withdrawing from the polluted air of crowded cities, they chose large spacious houses in the open country, or at any rate rather isolated, if possible standing on a height. Their luxury was not heavy, padded furniture, but large grounds where it was possible to live in the open air, loose clothing, comfortable sandals or bare feet, woolen gowns, physical exercise, agricultural work, travelling made them almost the precursors of the modern life of sport. Every convent spread benefactions all around, received the poor, tended the sick, as if to show that this freer and more privileged life was but a phase which must necessarily be accompanied by help to humanity. They represented the social and intellectual elite. It was the Benedictines who preserved manuscripts and treasured the arts. It was the followers of St. Bernard who practised agriculture, and it was the sons of St. Francis who preached peace. Or it might be said that modern society, guided by positive study of the laws of life, and of the means of saving it, has encountered the religious laws which reveal the paths of life, and realizes the form of civilization which recalls and in some ways reproduces the ancient oasis of the spirit. If, however, we were to risk a parallel between modern society and a convent, what kind of convent would the former be? Here is a monastery where the brethren eat according to rule, wear hygienic clothing, are correct in their language, never indulge in noisy quarrels, have all their interests in life in common, and dispense their charities coldly, as if they were a custom or an obligation of their order. They meditate on eternal life, on salvation, and rewards and punishment in a future life, but without being touched by these thoughts. The real truth is that they have lost their faith, and that they do not love one another. Ambition, anger, envy, and even hatred drive away internal peace, and corruption begins to filter in under these other sins. A sign of deeper decadence now begins to show itself, for chastity has been lost, that which is par excellence the standard of Christianity, the sign of the respect for life, the consecration of the purity which leads to eternal life, has been overthrown together with faith. The love of man is not compatible with the excesses of the beast. It is through purity that an ardent love to all mankind and comprehension of others and intuition of truth arise like perfume. It is that ardent fire called charity or love which keeps life kindled and gives value to all things. Though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, says St. Paul, and have not charity, it profiteth me nothing. And though I have the gift of prophecy, and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and have not charity, I am nothing. Though I speak with the tongues of men and of angels, and have not charity, I am become as a sounding brass or tinkling cymbal. 1 Corinthians chapter 13. In degenerate convents the greatest and most elevated acquirements and the highest level of perfection reached are lost, just as the person punished by degradation first loses the last and highest acquisitions only to keep the lower. In social convents, on the other hand, the ultimate attainment has not yet been reached. That is the difference and the contrast. The social elevation towards Christianity is only on its first steps. Love is lacking, and dense chastity, and all this is abasement owing to the arid void left by the absence of faith, and the oppression of spiritual life. Positive science has not yet touched the inner man, and the social environment does not therefore realize, in its force of universal civilization, the loftier human acquisitions. When we occupy ourselves with the moral education of our children, we ought to ask ourselves if we really love them, and if we are sincere in our wishes for their morality. Let us be practical. Fathers and mothers, what can you hope for from your children? The European war is far less dangerous to their bodies than the spiritual risks which they run. We must imagine a much greater war, a universal one, to which all young men are called, and where the survivors are pointed out as absolutely exceptional. Therefore you are educating your sons for death. What then is the use of troubling so much about them? Is it not useless to take care of their soft hair and their rosy nails and the fresh and bewitching beauty of their vigorous little bodies, if they are to die before long? Ah, all those who love children must fight this deadly war and struggle for peace. The creed which Madame de Héricourt sets forth in her book La Femme Affranchie about the time of the French Revolution is very eloquent. Mothers, you admonish your children, saying, "Do not tell lies, because this is unworthy of a person who respects himself. Do not steal. Would you like it if people stole your things? It is a dishonest thing to do. Do not oppress those of your companions who are weaker than yourself, and do not be rude to them, for that would be a cowardly act." These are excellent principles. But when the child has become a young man, his mother says, "He must sow his wild oats," and sowing his wild oats means that he must perforce be a seducer, an adulterer, and a frequenter of brothels. What! Is this mother, who told her boy not to tell lies, the same person who permits him now that he is a man to betray a woman like herself? And although she taught her child not to steal another child's toy, she thinks it is lawful for her son to rob a woman like herself of her life and her honor. And she who advised him never to oppress the weak, now permits him to range himself among the oppressors of a human being whom society has made into a slave. These mothers acquiesce in the degrading fact which perverts all humanity. There is a strong social movement today against the white slave traffic, and at the same time the science of eugenics has arisen, which tends to protect the health of posterity. These are excellent things, but the question which lies at the root of all these questions is a spiritual question. It is not the white slaves who are the lost human beings. They are the victims of a universal act of perdition and slavery. If such grave spiritual danger is hanging over us, what external hygiene can save us, unless it is preceded by a direct struggle against this danger? The really lost are those who persist in a state of death without perceiving it. If anyone perceives the danger, he may by this mere fact find himself in the way of salvation. The so-called white slaves, held in scorn by society and oppressed by punishment, cry vengeance in the sight of the universe, and cover mankind with shame. But they are not the really lost. They are not the only slaves. He who is lost is the innocent, well-educated young man who, without remorse, unconscious of his own degradation, takes advantage of a human being who is made a slave for him, and moreover covers her with contempt without hearing the voice of conscience, which admonishes him, "Why beholdest thou the mote which is in thy brother's eye? Cast out the beam which is in thine own eye." This man, who seeks perhaps to protect his own body from the disastrous consequences, although very often it is not possible to escape them, and therefore risks for nothing suicide of his own person and of his species, and only cares to seek a social position for himself and an honored family, this is the man who is really lost in darkness and reduced to slavery. His mother is also a slave, for she cannot follow her son, whom she brought up with so much care for his body, and who cared for his moral good with all the passionate love of her heart. She is a slave when her son is forced away from her, to go through death, or to the ruin of his physical health, and to descend into moral degradation, while she can do nothing but watch him, silent and immovable. She excuses herself sadly, saying that her dignity and purity forbid her to follow her son in these paths. It is as if she were to say, "There is my son, wounded and bleeding, but I cannot follow him, because the road is muddy and I might dirty my boots." Where is the heart of a true mother? How can maternal sentiment fall so low? She only is dignified and pure, cries Madame de Héricourt, who is capable of bringing up her son in such a way that he will never have anything shameful to confess to his mother. The mother who has lost all her authority is herself lost. Maternal dignity, on the other hand, is great and powerful. Behold, in ancient times the Roman matron Vittoria, the mother of Coriolanus, had heard that her son, a traitor to his country, was coming to attack Rome at the head of an alien army. She went bravely out from the protecting walls of the city, advanced towards the powerful leader through the hostile hosts, and asked him, "Art thou my son, or art thou a traitor?" At these words Coriolanus renounced his unworthy undertaking. In the same way, in these days, the true mother should pass beyond the walls of prejudice and the frontiers of slavery, and have sufficient dignity to be able to confront her son, saying to him, "Thou wilt not be a traitor to humanity." What pressure can have been brought to bear on a woman to have made her lose the sacred right of saving her son? What can have so weakened the affection as to lead a youth to despise the maternal authority in order to make himself a young man? It is the death of the soul, and not external facts, which pronounce our sentence. If positive science, which has limited itself to the study of external causes of maladies, or the causes of degeneration, and has confined itself to the inculcation of physical hygiene, that is to say, the protection of material life, has contributed so largely to morality, how much more may we hope for moral elevation from a positive science which concentrates upon the protection of the inner life of man? And if the first part, scrupulously following the truth by exact research, has arrived at the social realization of Christian principles, we may presume that its continuation, conducted with the same loyalty and exactitude of research, will in like manner succeed in filling up the voids which still exist in modern civilization. This, I believe, is the clearest and most direct reply to those who ask what can be hoped for in the morality and religion of the new generations from our positive method of education. If experimental medicine, by going back to the causes of diseases, has succeeded in solving the problems which concern health, and experimental science, which concentrates upon the study of normal man's psychical activities, should lead the discovery of superior laws of life and of the health of mankind. This science has not yet been established and awaits its investigators. But we may foresee that if universal hygiene, which gives humanity a guide to physical life, has come from medical research, then this new science should produce a hygiene which will give to all men practical guidance in moral life. And if positive medicine arose in the hospitals, where sick people were collected by private and public generosity, with charitable intentions and under the guidance of empiricism, this science should, above all, concentrate and find its experiences in schools. That is to say, in the place where all children are gathered together for their social elevation, and with the empirical guidance of education. What was the elevated note of scientific medicine which gradually superseded the empirical method? While empirical medicine believed in bloodletting and blistering, scientific medicine elevated and illustrated the ancient principle which had been forgotten, and which contained all the new wisdom in a synthesis. The medical force of nature, vis medicatrix naturae, a natural power of fighting and conquering illnesses, exists in the living organism, and it is to this that we must look in order to construct rational medicine. He who believes that the doctor and the medicine cure the sick is an empiricist, but he who knows that it is only the organism that can produce the cure, and that therefore we must protect and assist the force which nature gives for our salvation, is a scientist. Now the sum of treatments necessary to protect the natural forces of defense and reorganization in positive medicine are much more minute and diffused in much vaster fields than the old empiricism. The great number of specialists who replaced the single type of doctor of the last century is sufficient to emphasize the enormous difference in practice which the new tendency involves. It is interesting also to give a glance at the progress which has been made in medicine. It has begun to cure diseases, and thence it has gone on to discover the laws of normal physical life, and to show the healthy how to preserve their health. When it reached this point, it found that the same measures which were necessary for preserving health are the best for curing disease, because it is the same source of life which gives health, and vis medicatrix naturae. Thus, for example, the rational diet of today is not only a hygienic measure which all should adopt in order to keep themselves in health, but the most important factor in the cure of illness. Dietetics, whether for the victims of gout, pellagra, fever, tuberculosis, or diabetes, is of primary importance. Lithia salts, caffeine, and creosote are useless in comparison. The modern tendency to reject these poisonous remedies together and to substitute the natural remedies of the rest, medical gymnastics, hydropathic treatment, and above all, climatic treatment. Psychiatry and neuropathy have introduced the treatment of work, that is, a course of orderly, intelligent activity, to give occupation to individuals who begin to show signs of mental failure. By degrees, as progress is made in this direction, the conception of natural healing will triumph, the ever clearer conception, that is to say, of the forces which sustain life. It is only nature which can do everything, and if the doctor is to become useful, he must follow her footsteps and serve her with increasing fidelity. It is natural that the investigation should lead to attempts at interpreting these forces upon which health depends, and these studies of immunity have been the most brilliant, widely diffused, and scientific of all medical studies. When Metchnikoff believed he had discovered that the leukocytes in the blood absorb and digest microbes and thus save man from infection, it seemed as if a ray of clear and simple light had illuminated all the mystery. But no sooner was his theory promulgated than it was demolished by the successive studies in which it was subjected to a destructive criticism, because the leukocytes are not always able to absorb living microbes. Certain conditions of the organism are requisite in order that they may have this power, and so the knotty point was merely shifted. Moreover, it is not the actual microbes which cause disease, but their toxins. Thus the theories of toxins seem to be the true guide for researchers. But then we entered into a sea of complications, and it is obvious that only aspects and attributes of immunity are accessible to us, but that the substance, the last word underlying all those aspects which research has revealed, is mystery. For this reason there is silence today as to questions of immunity. That which was once familiar as a popular idea remains among the obscure studies which not even the students of the university should approach. Nevertheless, it is impossible that the medical science founded upon natural forces should develop, unless the imperative necessity be recognized of studying the mystery of life, which conceals its source but continually expands its forces. The invisible but real source of health and healing is always there, at the climax of all efforts, and the palpitating energy which springs inexhaustibly therefrom is the only reality which makes evident this revival of the living. The medical science and this mystery cannot but form a unity. It is probable that this will be brought about by that science which studies the health and the maladies of the soul. If this should discover that the soul too is corruptible, subject to disease and death, that it has its laws of health and its vis medicatrix naturae, treatments tending to respect and aid this precious force of life should multiply immeasurably, and at the same time the mysterious source whence it gushes should impose itself on modern medicine, as the question of immunity has done, then life, morality, and religion will be indissolubly united. Let us now turn to children of 2½ and 3 years old, who touch everything, but especially those objects which they evidently prefer, the most simple objects, as, for example, a square block of paper, a square inkstand, or a round shiny bell, all things which are not meant for them. Then the mother comes and takes them away, half caressing, and at the same time tapping little hands. She calls out, "Don't touch, naughty!" I once was present at one of these many family scenes which pass unnoticed. The father, who was a doctor, was sitting at the writing table. The mother was holding in her arms a very small child, who was stretching out its little hands to the various objects upon the table. The doctor said, "That child is incorrigibly naughty, although it is so young. However much its mother and I try to cure it of its fault of touching my things, we never succeed." "Naughty, naughty," repeated the mother, holding its little hands tightly. Then the child threw itself back, howling, and throwing its feet about as if it wished to kick. When children are 3 or 4 years older, the struggle becomes more severe. They want to do things. Those who observe them carefully discover that they have some tendency. They wish to imitate what their mother does. If their mother is a housewife, they willingly follow her into the kitchen. They wish to share her work, to touch her things, and they try furtively to knead and cook and wash clothes and sweep the floor. Their mother feels wearied by them. She keeps on repeating, "Be quiet, leave it alone, don't tease me, go away." Then the child makes a great noise, throws himself on the ground and kicks. But then he begins again to do as much as he can without being seen, as quickly as possible, and by trying to wash things in a hurry, gives himself a bath. Trying to conceal some contraband ragout, he makes the floor dirty. The mother's anger, cries, and reproofs increase, and the child reacts with naughtiness and tears, but begins again almost at once. Where the mother does not do her own work, the child, if intelligent, is still more unfortunate. He looks for something which he cannot find, and cries for no reason. He flies into a passion for which no one can account. Some fathers lament this, almost with despair. "My child is very intelligent, but so naughty, nothing will satisfy him. It is no use to buy toys for him. He is really overdone with them. Nothing is of any use." The mother asks anxiously, "What do you advise me to do when the child is naughty? And when he gets into passions, he is so naughty, he never keeps still. I cannot contend with him any more." It is rare to hear a mother say, "My baby is good, it is always asleep." Who has not heard some poor mother shout in a threatening voice to the crying babe in her arms, be quiet, I tell you," and then naturally the child is frightened and redoubles its cries. This is the first contest of the man who enters the world. He has to struggle with his parents, with those who have given him life. And this occurs because his infant life is different from that of his parents. The child has to form himself, whereas his parents are already formed. The child must move about a great deal in order to coordinate his movements, which are not yet under control. The parents, on the other hand, have their voluntary mobility organized, and can control their movements. Perhaps also they are often tired after their work. The child's senses are not yet fully developed. His powers of accommodation are insufficient, and need help from touching and feeling in order to take account of objects as well as of spaces. His eyes are rectified by the experience of his hands. The parents, on the contrary, have developed senses, and have already corrected the primitive illusions of these. Their powers of accommodation are perfect, if they have not spoilt them by abuse, and in every way cerebral activity leads the senses to receive an exact impression. They have no need to touch. Children are anxious to get knowledge of the external world. The parents know it too well already. Therefore they do not understand each other. Parents want their children to do as they do, and any diversity is called naughtiness. Think of the mother who drags her child along with her. He has to run while she walks. His legs are short while hers are long, weak while hers are strong. He has to bear the weight of his body and his disproportionately large head, while the mother has a head and body which are proportionately lighter and smaller. The child is tired, stands and cries, and the mother exclaims, "Come on, you naughty little thing. I won't have any nonsense. Do you want me to carry you, lazy bones? No, I won't give in to you." Or again we see mothers who, when their children sit down on the ground, or lay themselves flat on their stomachs with their feet in the air, and support themselves on their elbows, while they look around them, call out, "Off the ground! You are making yourself dirty, naughty child." All this may be translated in this way: the child is different from the adult. The formation of his body is such that his head and his body are enormously large in comparison with his small, slender legs, because they are the part which will grow the most. Hence the child cannot endure walking, and prefers to lie at full length, which is the most healthy position for him. He has a wonderful tendency towards development. He gets his first ideas of external life, and assists his senses of sight and hearing by touching, in order to realize the forms of objects in distance. He moves continually, because he must coordinate and adapt his mobility. Hence he moves a great deal, walks very little, throws himself on the ground, and touches everything. And these are signs that he is alive, and that he is growing. No, all this is looked upon as naughtiness. This is evidently not a moral question. We do not seek for means to correct these depraved tendencies of the man who is but just born. No, it is not a moral question. It is, however, a question of life. The child seeks to live, and we want to hinder him. In that sense it does become a moral question as regards ourselves, since we have begun to examine those errors on our part which do harm and infringe the rights of others. Moreover, our own egotism is concealed beneath our errors of treatment. What we really resent in the child is that he gives us trouble. We struggle against him in order to protect our own comfort, our own liberty. How often at the bottom of our hearts have we felt that we have been unjust, but have stifled this impression? The little rebel does not accuse us or bear us malice. On the contrary, just as he persists in his naughtiness, which are forms of life, so does he persist in loving us, in forgiving us everything, in forgetting our offenses, in longing to be with us, to embrace us, to sit upon our knees, to fall asleep on our bosom. This too is a form of life, and we, if we are tired or satiated, repulse him, masking this excuse of selfishness under a hypocritical pretense of concern for the child himself. Don't be so silly. Insult and calumny are always on our lips in the eternal refrain, "Naughty, naughty." And yet the figure of the child might stand for that of perfect goodness, which thinketh no evil, delighteth not in iniquity, beareth all things, believeth all things, hopeth all things. As to us, no, we cannot always say as much of ourselves. If the struggle between the adult and the child could be brought to an end in peace, and the adult, except in conditions of infant life, would seek to help the child, the former would be able to advance towards one of the most sublime enjoyments which nature can bestow, that of following the natural development of the child, and seeing the man evolved. If the opening rosebud has become a commonplace of poetry, how much greater is the poetry of the infant soul in its manifestations. Now this ineffable gift, which was placed beside us in order that the miracle might accompany us and comfort us, we trample under foot, and our wrath blaspheming as if demented. When the child desires to touch and to act in spite of punishments of every kind, he persists in exercises necessary to his development, and displays a strength of will in the matter against which we are often powerless. He shows the same persistence as in breathing, in crying when he is hungry, and raising himself when he wants to walk. Thus the child turns to external objects which respond to his needs. If he finds them, he displays his powers in muscular or sensory exercises. And then he is joyous, and if he does not find them, he is restless as when his desires are unsatisfied. Toys are too light to satisfy his arms, which require to make the efforts necessary in lifting and moving objects. They are too complex to satisfy senses which need to analyze a single sensation. They are vanity, and in themselves they represent simulacra and parodies of actual life, and yet they form the world of our children, in which they are constrained to consume their potential powers in a continuous exasperation which incites them to destroy things. Happily, children do not hear the pronouncement of the common formula that children have an instinct for destruction, nor are they familiar with the other axiom which contradicts this, that the instinct of property, in other words selfishness, is strongly developed in them. On the contrary, the child has merely the overpowering instinct to grow, and therefore to raise and to perfect himself. In every period of life he seeks instinctively to prepare himself for the next period. This fact is very much more comprehensible than the strange instincts that we calumniously attribute to him. Just try the experiment of allowing children to act for themselves. They are all at once transformed. In the Guerrieri Gonzaga Children's Home, it sufficed to provide a comb to transform the naughtiest, most rebellious of the children, the one whom the teacher designated as in need of taming, into a lively and attractive little girl, who combed the hair of her companions most carefully, with evident delight. We had only to say to an awkward, lethargic child, who came forward holding out her arms to have her sleeves pulled down for her, "Do it yourself," and there was a flash of intelligence in her eyes. Her weary face was lighted up by an expression of satisfied pride and amazement, and she began to pull down her sleeves with positive delight. When these children were given a little basin and a piece of soap, how carefully they emptied them and replaced the receptacle, fearing to break it, and how caressingly they handled the soap, laying it down very gently. It seemed as if the task had been confided to a mechanism of moving figures with an accompaniment of music. The figures were the children, the music was their own joy. These children, occupied in dressing, cleaning, washing, combing, cleansing, and arranging their environment, work themselves. As a result, they love useful objects so much that they will preserve a piece of paper for years, and instead of knocking against furniture and breaking objects, they perfect their movements. But we place ourselves beside these little lives which are hastening triumphantly to their salvation, and seek to bind them to ourselves in spite of the struggle which has begun and the fear we have already provoked. We approach them gently and seductively, and because when a child breaks things he is obviously grieved, and therefore would endeavor to correct and perfect his movements, we spare him this grief, which would be in the nature of an act of repentance on the part of the muscles which have transgressed, and give him unbreakable objects, plates, basins, and drinking vessels made of metal, toys made of stuff, woolly bears, India rubber dolls. Henceforth his errors will be concealed. Every error of the muscles will pass unnoticed by the child. He will no longer feel the pain of evil doing, repentance, and effort to perfect himself. He will be able to sink into error. Behold him, clumsy, heavy, without expression on his face, a stuffed bear in his arms. He is now bound fast to vanity and error, and has lost all consciousness thereof. The adult hems him in ever more closely. He does everything for the child, dresses him, even feeds him. But the child's desire is not to be dressed and materially nourished. His deep desire is to do, to exercise his own powers intelligently, and thus rise to his higher level. With what subtle insinuations does the adult seek to confound him! You are exerting yourself, and why? That you may be washed, that you may put on your pinafore? You can have all this done for you without any effort. You will find it all done with greater perfection and ease. Without moving a finger you shall have 100 times more done for you than you could accomplish for yourself, even with all the exertion of which you are capable. You need not even put the bread into your mouth. You shall be spared even this trouble, and you will take in nourishment more copiously. The devil was less cruel when he tempted Christ in the wilderness, showing him all the kingdoms of the world and the glory of them. All these things will I give thee, if thou wilt fall down and worship me. But the child has not the power to answer like Christ, Get thee hence, Satan, for it is written, Thou shalt worship the Lord thy God, and him only shalt thou serve. The child ought to obey God, who has prescribed that his nature shall demand action, and that he should conquer the world as he has conquered life, to the end that he may elevate himself, and not to the end that he may acquire external splendor and comfort. When tempted, however, he cannot resist. He ends by possessing the objects, the pretty ready-made things. His soul makes no progress, he loses sight of the goal. Behold, the child is clumsy, unsteady, inept, enslaved. Those incapable muscles encase a captive soul. He is oppressed far more by this fatal inertia than by the physical contests which initiated his relations with the adult. Often he has fits of rage like the sinner. He bites the bear that he cannot break, cries desperately when he is washed and has his hair combed, rebels and struggles when he is dressed. The only movements allowed by the devil are those of anger, but gradually sinks into the depression of impotence. Adults say, children are ungrateful, they have none of the higher feelings as yet, they care only for their own pleasure. Who has not seen patient mothers and nurses bearing from morning till night the humours of 4 or 5 discontented children who are screaming and playing pranks with their usual metal plates and rag dolls? They seem to say, children are like this, and a benevolent compassion takes the place of the natural reaction of impatience. Of such persons we say, how good they are, how patient they are. But the devil too is patient after this fashion. He too can contemplate the agonies and impotent rebellions of the souls which are in his power, which are prostrate among vanities, oppressed by a great quantity of means, the ends of which they have lost. Souls in which the consciousness of sin is extinguished, and which are gradually sinking into an abyss of mortal error. He is patient in contemplating them, in supporting their cries, and he too offers them bears and rubber dolls, and feeds them, stuffing them, that is to say, with new vanities which mask their errors and nourish their bodies. He who, seized with doubt, should ask concerning these mothers and nurses, are they really good, might get an idea of the reply of Christ, None is good save God, that is, the Creator. Goodness is the attribute of God. He who creates is good. Only creation is good. Hence he is only good who helps creation to achieve its ends. End of Chapter 9. The Moral Question, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 3 of Spontaneous Activity in Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. Spontaneous Activity in Education by Maria Montessori. Translated by Florence Simons. Chapter 9. The Moral Question, Part 2. Now we come to the school. Conceptions of goodness and naughtiness must be very definite here, for when a teacher has to leave the classroom, she calls one of the children who, during her absence, is charged to write the names of the good and the naughty in 2 columns on the blackboard under these headings. The child, however, who is called out is quite capable of judging, for nothing is easier than to distinguish between goodness and naughtiness in schools. The good are those who are quiet and motionless. The naughty are those who talk and move. The results of the classification are not very serious. The teacher gives good or bad conduct marks. These consequences are not disastrous. They are, so to speak, akin to the social judgments passed upon men whose conduct is appraised as good or bad. This does not affect society, and the judgment entails neither honors nor imprisonment. It is merely a pronouncement, but esteem and even honor depend upon it, things which have a high moral value. In school, good conduct means inertia, and bad conduct means activity. The esteem of the headmistress, of the teacher, and of schoolfellows, the whole moral part, in fact of the system of rewards and punishments, depend upon these appreciations. As in society, they require no judicial qualifications, no authority in those who form them. They are based on something that all can see and judge. They are the true moral judgment of the environment. Indeed, any one of the children themselves, or even the classroom attendant, may write the list on the blackboard. There is in fact nothing mysterious or philosophical in conduct. It is a sum of acts committed, the facts of life itself, accessible to all, which determine it, and all can see it and pronounce upon it. On the other hand, there are much more serious acts, the consequences of which affect the community and touch those principles of justice on which all are entitled to rely. They therefore require authoritative judgments, against which there is no appeal, a kind of Supreme Court hastily convoked. When in an examination the children, seated side by side, have there and then to give samples of what they have learnt, that is to say, to hand in that veritable legal document, an evidence visible and accessible to all judgments, the written task, be it dictation, composition, or problem. If then one child helps another, he is not merely naughty, but wicked, for he has not only displayed activity, but activity for the benefit of another. The punishment may be very serious, the annulment of the examination, which may sometimes mean the loss of a whole year's schooling, the repetition of that year's course. A child who can help another is kind, while he may be punished by having to pass the examination again several months later, or even by having to go back for a whole year of his life and begin over again. There may be many cases of this kind. The family of this kind-hearted child may have been very poor. The child may have been making a great effort to come out well, and so to be able soon to help his family by his own childish work. Who knows how his comprehension of this family condition may touch the heart of a child? He may have seen in his bewildered schoolfellow another poor boy in like circumstances. How often some quarrel in his home, or insufficient food, may have caused him to lie in bed sleepless and excited for hours. In the morning his mind was confused. Perhaps this unfortunate schoolfellow had been in like case just on the eve of the examinations. It is essential to understand certain situations. The mother at home counts the days of each school year that passes, because to her these are so many days sacrificed. She is certainly following her boy at the examination with a heart full of anxiety. Her face at the window when the child comes in sight asks, when he is yet afar, how did it go? This picture was perhaps present in the heart of the good-natured child when he helped his comrade. He might, of course, keep all this to himself, perfect his own work, or hand it in first, for justice decrees that the time spent on the work should be counted by the minute, almost as by the chronometers of psychological experiment. Justice is rigorous. On the paper handed in by the child, the teacher writes the hour. Handed in at 10:32. Handed in at 11:05. If two papers are about equal in merit, so that it can hardly be said from the contents, which is the better of the two, though both are superior to all the rest, a difficult case arises. It must be decided which is to be the first. It is a matter of great weight, because the prize is in question. When there is a doubt, the hour decides. One paper was handed in at 10:30, the other at 10:35. The one handed in at 10:30 is pronounced the first, because the writer was able to do work of equal merit in 5 minutes less than his rival. On what may not a prize sometimes depend? Hence, a diligent child must be very careful in his preparations for an examination. The two in question were equally clever and equally quick, but one had taken care to have the good pens and flowing ink, the other had not. Thus his negligence cost him the prize. It is true that the parents and not the children provide the pens. In strict justice, all should have the same pens, but here we enter into a sea of scruples, which might obscure justice. No, justice must be rigorous, but without scruples. Now the clever child who helped his companion lost time, and so by this alone he lost part of his merit. He therefore sacrificed himself for a comrade. No considerations, no extenuating circumstances will be allowed to mitigate the punishment. Family conditions, the mother, nothing can avail against the cancelling of an examination. Even in the case of great criminals, extenuating circumstances are admitted in mitigation of punishment. But school is another matter. Here we have to deal with definite facts. There has been an infiltration of one mind into another, and we are no longer able to judge the children individually by their work. Moreover, the examination is the individual test. If the cancelling occurs at the final examination, the culprit must go through the year again,
and when a year is repeated, it is the entire year. It is not as with convicts, where months and weeks are taken into account. Here the unit of measure is the school year. And then there is another point to consider in the case of convicts. Their crimes may have been induced by irresistible forces and conditions, driving them to do evil. But who is there who cannot refrain from doing good? To do good is certainly not an irresistible impulse. However, to obviate such inconvenient impulses, the school educates children to refrain from mutual aid throughout the year. It goes even farther. It directly prevents the children from communicating one with another. What a chase it is! The clever, practical teacher adopts the regular strategic tactics, and is familiar with all the children's devices in this covert and deceitful contest. Children are capable of anything to support one another and communicate with one another. If prompting when one child is repeating a lesson might reach the teacher's ear, we find a companion sitting in front of him with the open book fastened to his shoulders, where the other is able to read it. Or if the wily teacher makes the patient come out from among the desks in order to prevent him from receiving any help, his companions may make signs to him, perhaps by means of the deaf and dumb alphabet. Then we must find the teacher using the blackboard as a pretext for turning the pupil with his face to the wall, the while she keeps her burning eyes fixed on the class. Thus the patient is isolated. Nothing escapes a clever teacher. She is capable of surprising a rolled-up note slipped by one child under the desk of another, and of confiscating a piece of blotting paper which two children interchange on the pretext of using it when they have written upon it. For this reason, properly constructed desks should be open in front, because otherwise it is so easy to pass things under them. Whereas with desks which are not only hygienic but moral, such subterfuges would be difficult to carry out. Indeed, these desks, which are open in front, also facilitate surveillance of the scholars from the moral point of view, because, always seated, placed side by side, without any possibility of spiritual communion, their heads dazed by the continuous vociferation of the teacher, these children very often contract vicious habits, such as onanism, which originate in the school itself. These are less openly discussed than spinal curvature, myopia, and exhaustion from overwork. But the evil has long been recognized, even before science entered upon the scene to make a study of the maladies engendered by school conditions. The sedentary habit impedes circulation in the pelvic basin, and induces stagnation of the blood. Moreover, what other outlet is provided for nervous energies? And the evil spreads in an alarming manner. But open desks make subterfuges impossible. All moral devices for combating abuses flourish in the school. In the schools in Rome, for example, order and surveillance are so perfect that children are not even allowed to go to the lavatory. It is well known that disorder was caused by this question of the lavatory. If a child became tired of sitting still or listening to the teacher, he asked leave to go out. He was capable of remaining shut up in the lavatory for a considerable time, in order to raise his spirits a little in a place he preferred to that which he had just left. For pupils are not allowed to linger in the corridors. The attendants are always on the watch, but these visits to the lavatory had become such an abuse that it was decided to take remedial measures. Today, the physiological time is reckoned more or less exactly, and at a stated hour, the whole of the pupils, accompanied by the teacher, marching in line 2 by 2, like soldiers drilling, proceed to the lavatories. The children of the first file enter in succession, and the others halt, but continue to mark time. As by degrees the children come out of the lavatory, they form in file again, and begin once more to mark time together with their companions. The movement seems indeed appropriate to the occasion. We will say nothing of the state in which the last children in the file of 40 or 50, who did not go in as a pretense, since the physiological time had been reckoned, will find the lavatory, nor will we ask what has become of hygiene. Let us look upon the exterior of the lavatories. They have little doors with a large space above and a large space below. Thus modesty and at the same time morality are safeguarded. Within, nothing but the proper duty can be performed. The more modern lavatories in schools, however, are made without seats, with an aperture in the ground to obviate contact and ensure hygiene. The uncomfortable position prevents a longer sojourn than is necessary. It appears that this is the best practical method for installations of this kind in common lodging houses, casual wards, and schools. School is a place where the social sentiment is developed. It is a child's society. As a fact, it is not the school in itself, nor the intercourse of the scholars, but the education given in the manner described above, which is designed to develop this sentiment. Hence, when my method became known, although I had spoken therein of places where children live together agreeably and work, I was asked in a critical tone, "And how will the social sentiment be developed if each child works independently?" We must therefore conclude that this system of regimentation, in which the children do everything at the same moment, even to visiting the lavatory, is supposed to develop the social sentiment. The society of the child is therefore the antithesis of adult society, where sociability implies a free and well-bred interchange of courtesies and mutual aid, although each individual attends to his own business. In the society of the child it implies identity of physical attitudes and uniformity of collective actions, together with a total disregard of all pleasant and courteous relations. Mutual help, which is a virtue in adult society, is here considered the gravest fault, the worst offense against discipline. Modern methods of instruction recommend the teacher to conclude every lesson with a moral, like the classic fables. Whether the lesson treats of birds, butter, or triangles, it must always end by pointing a moral. The teacher must miss no opportunity, says the pedagogist. Moralization is the true aim of the school. Mutual aid is the burden of the pedagogistic refrain, for the leitmotif of all moralities, not excepting that of the school, is to love one another, to exhort children to help one another and show mutual affection. The teacher perhaps adopts a psychological method in 3 periods distinguishing perception, association, and volition, or she may adopt the method of cause in its relation to effect. This is left to her discretion, but she must always keep her class in a state of discipline and goodness, for these are the essential constituents. But the factor which affords the most substantial support to the educative organism of the school is the system of prizes and punishments. Pedagogists make this the main feature of their treatment. All admit more or less the need of some external stimulus to induce school children to study and behave well, although some are of opinion that it would be well to instill into the child the love of good for its own sake, and that a sense of duty rather than the fear of punishment should deter from evil. This opinion is generally recognized as lofty but impracticable. To imagine that the child could be stimulated to work merely by a desire to do his duty is a pedagogic absurdity. Nor is it credible that a child could persevere in the paths of industry and good conduct merely with a view to a distant end, such as the fine social position he might some day win for himself in the world by means of study. Some direct stimulus, some immediate token of approval is necessary. True, it has been deemed advisable to make punishments less rigorous and the bestowal of prizes less ostentatious, and such modifications have now become general. Indeed, those fustigations and corporal punishments which not very long ago were usual in prisons, lunatic asylums, and schools have been abandoned in schools. The penalties of today are slight. Bad marks, reproofs, unfavorable reports to the family, suspension of attendance. The ceremonial prize given, also a thing of the past, the solemn function at which scholars mounted the platform as in triumph to receive their prizes from the hands of the noblest and most distinguished persons of the neighborhood, who accompanied the presentation with amiable words of encouragement, while the public, consisting mainly of proud and agitated parents, murmured their approval and admiration. All these superfluities have been abolished. The prize, the object, is simply handed to the winner in an anteroom of the school. The important matter is that the child shall receive the object he has deserved. The medals, too, with which pupils were formerly able to adorn their breasts, are now abolished. The prize is a book, a useful object. A sense of the practical has found its way even into our schools. Perhaps the good children will presently be rewarded by the presentation of a piece of soap, or the material for an apron, in a tete-a-tete between the giver and recipient. But a prize there must needs be. However, throughout all the discussions of the pedagogists and the evolutions of punishments and prizes, no one has dreamt of asking himself what is the good which is rewarded, and what is the evil which is punished, or whether before urging children on to an undertaking it would not be well to cast a glance at the undertaking itself, and judge of its value. At last, positive studies on the school question have shed sufficient light to enable us to construct a new base for the old question. Is it well to allure children by a prize to incite them to exhaust their nervous systems and enter their eyesight? And is it well to check them by means of punishments? When urged by an overpowering instinct of self-preservation, they seek to avoid these perils? At last we know that the prize winners of the elementary schools are the mediocre pupils of the high school, that the prize winners of the high school are the exhausted students of the academies, and that those who gain prizes throughout their school career are those who are most easily vanquished in the battle of life. Knowing this, is it well to stimulate on the one hand and repress on the other, to the end that children may remain in this ruinous condition? Are not the perils of school life already serious enough, without adding stimuli to induce them to throw themselves into these perils with all their energies? A number of deeply interesting comparative studies have been made of late on clever and stupid school children, those who gain prizes and those who incur punishment. Certain anthropologists, somewhat ingenious in matters of science, have studied the question in such good faith that they have even proposed to inquire whether the more brilliant prize winners show evidences of morphological superiority, congenital marks of a natural privilege, a brain more highly developed than that of mediocrity. On the contrary, anthropological notes reveal their physical inferiority. For example, their low stature, their remarkably narrow chest measurements. Their heads are in no way distinguished from those of less clever scholars. Many of them wear spectacles. Thus we get a clearer picture of the life of a child who diligently performs all his tasks with a dread of making mistakes, which may become positive anguish, who learns all his lessons, thus of necessity depriving himself of a walk, a saunter, an hour of rest, obsessed by anxiety to be the first, or even stimulated by illusions of a future more brilliant than that of his companions, exhilarated by the praises and prizes which make him believe himself to be one of the hopes of his country, and the solace of his parents, he rushes forward to future impotence as if dazed by a fairy vision. His careless companions, on the other hand, have well-developed chests and are the merriest boys in the class. Other types of clever pupils are those who are helped at home by tutors or educated mothers who devote themselves to their advancement, while other types of dull pupils, often punished, are poor children who are not made welcome in their homes, but are left to themselves, sometimes in the streets, or who are already working for their bread in the early hours of the morning before coming to school. In an inquiry I made, the children who were praised and passed without examination were in the category of those who brought a good luncheon with them. The children at the bottom of the class who incurred punishments were those who brought no provisions, or only a piece of bread. It must not be supposed that the above is an exhaustive enumeration of the causes which contribute to the deceptive phenomenon connected with prizes and punishments, but it is obvious that a clearly defined road has been marked out which should lead us to comprehension of the facts. Prizes and punishments are not merely final episodes. They are exponents of the moral organization of the school, just as the annulment of the examination of a pupil who has helped a companion is but the extreme instance of an education which tends to isolate the individual in his egotism. So the prize and the punishment are extreme incidents of the constant principle on which the organism of the school is based, emulation. The principle is that children, seeing others cleverer than themselves, who get high marks, praises, and prizes, will be stimulated to imitate these, to do better, to overtake their companions. Thus, what may be described as a kind of mechanism is evolved, which uplifts the whole school, not merely towards work, but towards effort. It is a moral purpose to accustom children to suffer. Let us take an example of such emulation. When the observant doctor entered the school, his attention was directed to the organs of sense, and he found many slightly deaf children among the pupils. Hearing less than the others, they appeared to be less intelligent, and as a punishment, they had been relegated to the desk at the very back of the classroom. They were often set to repeat because they had never learnt to write from dictation, and made incredible and unpardonable mistakes. Emulation and punishment had alike proved powerless. Not even when they were placed as far as possible from the teacher did these deaf children improve. There were also lively children, who were repeatedly punished to induce them to keep still, and who were vainly exhorted to imitate companions whose conduct was exemplary. A large number of children suffering from adenoids, who consequently breathed through their mouths, and were incapable of fixing their attention, got bad marks and punishments because they were never attentive. Meanwhile, this defect of the open mouth was vainly combated by the kind and careful teacher, who multiplied moral tales concerning the ugliness of children who keep their mouths open, and, terrible to relate, even sit with their fingers in their mouths. Many of the lazy children who would not do the gymnastic exercises like the rest, who made pretexts for stopping and thus set a bad example, were found to be suffering from heart afflictions, angina, or liver complaints. Yet one of the most brilliant examples of emulation is that of the gymnastic competitions in endurance, and competitions in speed. The children are encouraged to continue the exercise as long as possible, or to cover the ground in the shortest possible time. Here effort is the basis of the exercise. Now, anthropological study has revealed the fact that there are two principal types of constitution, one in which the chest predominates, the other in which the legs predominate. When the chest is well developed and the lungs and heart strong, endurance is more natural than agility. The opposite holds good of the other type, in which, by reason of the length of the legs and the slightness of the chest, agility prevails. No emulation can change one type into the other. Morphological study of the child whose body is transformed in successive ages should be the basis for the organization of gymnastic exercises, and not emulation. That which has its origin in the body as constitutional disease should be considered in the body. No miracle can be performed by the sentiment of emulation. The prejudice in favor of emulation is so deeply rooted that when, in 1898, I began my campaign in Italy to procure the formation of separate classes for deficient children in connection with the elementary schools, the principle of emulation was urged against me. The deficient children would no longer be helped by the example of the clever, industrious children, and when these weaklings had been deprived of the stimulus of emulation, they would accomplish absolutely nothing. But emulation can only avail among equals. When competitions take place, champions are chosen. To a deficient child, the example of a clever companion is merely humiliating. His inferiority, his impotence, are perpetually cast in his teeth by the victorious career of his comrade. He becomes more and more discouraged, as a zealous teacher scolds and punishes him for his weakness, and points out the radiant example offered by the strong. What would give him a ray of light, a glimpse of hope, would be for him to see the possibility of doing something within the limits of his own powers, which might nevertheless have a value of its own. To penetrate into some sphere where he might too compete with someone and be encouraged. Then he would be like others, he would be exhilarated and comforted, and the feeble flower within him might expand. He has infinitely greater need of encouragement, solace, and external stimuli to excite him to activity than the normal child. And what happens to the normal child, the clever boy who serves as an example to his inferiors? Whom does he emulate? Who carries him along that he may ascend? If all need to be drawn upwards in order to climb, who is to draw him who stands above all? This time the question is out of place. In his case the impulse will be retrograde. Here we have the thrice happy type of him who competes with his inferiors. This makes me think of a description given by Voisin of a competition arranged by one of the idiots in his asylum. This boy, who was very tall, selected all the shortest and youngest of the idiots and challenged them to a race. He always came in first and was delighted. Such an example is not, however, peculiar to Voisin's asylum. It is the moral attitude of all who are ambitious but idle, and are anxious to outshine others without too much fatigue, without perfecting themselves, counting much on the phenomena of contrast. Thus we find a fluent orator seeking to be preceded by an unskilful speaker, and pretty girls who have not the means to adorn themselves and thus set off their beauty are fond of going about with their plainer friends. I have read an amusing fable which was evidently a parody of this phenomenon. There was once a king who had such a long nose that it was positively ridiculous. When a neighboring king proposed to visit him, he was much perturbed, being ashamed to exhibit his defect to a neighboring people. Then the prime minister thought of an expedient, and pronounced his practical plan to the king. Your Majesty, on this occasion let your noble court retire. I will search throughout the kingdom for the men with the most prominent noses, and for the time they shall constitute your court. This was done, and such noses appeared on the scene that of the king seemed to be quite normal in comparison. Thus the august colleague noticed that the court was remarkable for its noses, but did not perceive that the king had a nose of abnormal length. These stories of the competition between idiots and the court of noses makes us smile. But the normal competitions between our children are not matters for mirth. The healthy children who, when side by side with the deaf, the sickly, and the deficient, are only conscious of their superiority. The fortunate children who have the help of educated mothers and are brought in contact with the poor, unhappy, neglected children merely feel that they are examples to these. Well-fed children, refreshed by a long sleep in comfortable beds, placed side by side with little busy workers who get up before sunrise to sell newspapers or deliver milk and arrive at school already tired, imagine themselves to be superior to these and to serve as stimulus to them to do better. All these normal children are on the wrong moral track. They are being misled into an unconscious acceptance of injustice. They are being deceived. They are not better. They are only more fortunate than their companions. Their kindly hearts should be led to recognize the truth, to pity the sickly, to console the unfortunate, to admire the heroes. It is not their fault if instead of all this, vanity, ambition, and error spring up in their hearts. It is true that the teacher makes an attempt to educate their hearts aright, reminding them of ailing, unfortunate, and heroic children by means of moral stories, which all learn without distinction in the same manner. She lays stress upon incidents illustrating the good feeling of mankind. Yet no one ever considers the ailing, the unfortunate, and the heroic are all there among them, since all children go to school, but they cannot communicate with each other and recognize each other, and thus these subjects who are actually present are distinguished only as the ones who receive the scoldings, punishments, and humiliations, while their more fortunate companions lord it over them arrogantly as their examples, gaining prizes and praise, but losing their own souls in the process. In this moral confusion, where man loses sight of God as in hell, what strong spirit is stimulated to develop all his precious activities and cultivate his own heart? All are lost, the strong as well as the weak. Few indeed are those who possess an individual instinct capable of saving them, who do not succumb to the temptations of prizes, threats of punishment, to the continual suggestions of emulation and of fraudulent rivalry, and who come out with their powers still intact and their hearts pure, sensible of the great facts of humanity. Those who pass through an ordeal untouched by its empty glories and persecutions, and set forth on the path of a productive life which attains to beauty and goodness by internal energy and is susceptible to truth, these are they whom we hail as men of genius, as benefactors of the human race. When we come to analyze good and evil positively, we feel that, in reality, much of the evil we theoretically deplore in individuals may be resolved into external causes. The depravity of the masses resolves itself into the combined effects of pauperism and drunkenness, crime into degeneration. The faults of children and scholars arise from the darkness of prejudice. But as these causes are not absolute and immutable, but are related to transitory states which may be altered, the ancient philosophic conception of evil resolves itself partially into so many social questions and actions. To give work and combat the drink habit, this is it which contributes largely to morality, by removing so many causes of evil. To undertake the regeneration and education of the degenerate is to combat crime and therefore to promote morality. Thus, if in schools the dense darkness of prejudice is the cause of innumerable moral ills, to reform the school by the help of natural principles will be the first step towards its moralization. It is in this direction, then, that we must face the great question, not by analytical examination of the system of prizes and punishments, of the principle of emulation, of the most opportune and practical manner of inculcating moral principles, nor by the creation of new decalogues. That which we have hitherto regarded so lightly as a didactic problem is, on the contrary, a great and veritable social question. When a moral problem is limited to the effects of preventable causes, it is merely apparent. Thus, for instance, let us imagine for a moment a populous quarter where pauperism is rampant and the poor will fight for a piece of bread, where dirt, drinking shops, and civic neglect degrade the inhabitants, where all, men and women alike, give way readily to vice. Our sole impression of such people at the moment is, what wicked people! On the other hand, let us take the modern quarter of an industrious city, where the houses of the people are hygienic, where the work people receive a fair remuneration for their labor, where popular theaters conducted with a true sense of art have taken the place of public houses. And let us enter one of the restaurants where the work people are enjoying their food in a quiet, civilized fashion. We should be inclined to say, what good people! But have they really become good? Those who ameliorated their social conditions were the good people. But the individuals who have benefited by their exertions live better. They are not, strictly speaking, more meritorious in the moral sense. If they were, we should need only to imagine a society in which the economic problem had been solved, to behold men who had become moral solely in virtue of having been born in a different age. It is obvious that the moral question is a very different one. It is a question of life, a question of nature, and one which cannot be solved by external eventualities. Men may be more or less fortunate, they may be born in more or less civilized surroundings, but they will always be men confronted with a moral question, which goes down deeper than fortune or civilization. It is very easy to be convinced that the so-called naughtiness of children is the expression of a struggle for spiritual existence, that they want to make the men within them live. And we try to hinder them. We offer them the poisons of darkness and error. They fight for their spiritual bread as the poor fight for material bread, and degrade themselves by falling victims to our seductions, just as the poor degrade themselves by succumbing to the fascination of alcohol. And in this struggle and this degradation, children have revealed themselves as the poor and needy, neglected and destitute. None has ever demonstrated more clearly than they that man does not live by bread alone, and that the question of bread is not the real question of man. All the suffering, all the struggles, all the claims of society in the past with regard to bodily needs are repeated here with amazing clarity in connection with spiritual needs. Children want to grow, to perfect themselves, to nourish their intelligence, to develop their internal energies, to form their characters, and to these ends they need to be liberated from slavery and to conquer the means of life. It is not enough to nourish their bodies, they are hungry for intellectual food. The clothes which protect their limbs from cold are not enough for children. They demand the garments of strength and the ornaments of grace to protect them and adorn the spirit. Why have we adults stifled these wants till we have almost come to believe that the economic question is the true solution of the problem of human life? And why have we never imagined that, even after such a solution, strife, anger, despair, and degradation might reappear as a result of higher desires left unsatisfied? Such strife, anger, despair, and degradation we encounter continually in the children of today, who are nevertheless well fed, well clothed, and well warmed, in accordance with the standards of perfected physical hygiene. To respond to the intellectual needs of man in such a manner as to satisfy them is to make an important contribution to morality. Indeed, our children, when they have been able to occupy themselves freely with intelligent work, and have also been free to respond to their internal wants, to occupy themselves for a long time with chosen stimuli, to perform abstract operations when they were sufficiently mature, to concentrate their minds in meditation, have shown that order and serenity have been evolved within them, and after this, grace of movement, the capacity for enjoyment of the beautiful, sensibility to music, and finally amenity in their relations to each other, have sprung up like a jet of water from an eternal fount. All this has been a work of liberation. We have not made our children moral by any special means. We have not taught them to overcome their caprices and to sit quietly at work. We have not inculcated calm and order by exhorting them to follow the examples of others and explaining how necessary order is to man. We have not lectured them on mutual courtesy, to instill the respect due to the work of others, and the patience with which they should wait in order not to infringe the rights of others. There has been none of all this. We have merely set the child free and helped him to live. It is he who has taught us how the child lives, and what other needs he has besides his material wants. Thereupon an activity formerly unknown among little children, together with the virtues of industry, perseverance, and patience, manifested themselves amidst cries of joy in an atmosphere of habitual serenity. These children had entered upon the paths of peace. An obstacle hitherto opposed to nature had been removed. And just as men satisfied by nourishing food and removed from the dangers of poisons, have grown calmer and have shown themselves capable of preferring the higher pleasures to base and degrading indulgence, so the child, his internal needs satisfied, has entered the sphere of serenity and has shown his tendency to ascend. All this, however, has not touched the roots of the moral question, but it has stripped and purged it of all the dross that encumbered it. The more fully a man's wants are satisfied, the happier he is. But he is not already full of merit, as we divine that a man gifted with a lofty moral sense ought to really be. Rather, we have deprived man of his merits. Goodness has disappeared as well as wickedness at the advent of social reform. When we discover that many forms of goodness were forms of good fortune, and many forms of evil doing were forms of misfortune, we left man absolutely naked, stripped bare by truth. He must then take up his real life at its roots and acquire merit. At this point he will begin to be born anew morally, emerging from the pure and essential chrysalis of the hygienically living man. If the whole structure of our educative method starts from an act of concentrated attention to a sensory stimulus, and builds itself up on the education of the senses, limiting itself to this, it would evidently not take the whole man into consideration. For if man does not live by material bread alone, neither does he live solely by intellectual bread. The stimuli of the environment are not only the objects, but also the persons, with whom our relations are not merely sensory. In fact, we are not content to admire in them that beauty to which the Greeks were so sensitive, or to listen to their speech or their song. The true relations between man and man, though they are initiated by means of the senses, are established in sympathy. The moral sense of which positive science speaks is to a great extent the sense of sympathy with our fellows, the comprehension of their sorrows, the sentiment of justice. The lack of these sentiments convulses normal life. We cannot become moral by committing codes and their applications to memory, for memory might fail us 1,000 times, and the slightest passion might overcome us. Criminals, in fact, even when they are most astute and wary students of codes, often violate them, while normal persons, although entirely ignorant of the laws, never transgress them, owing to an internal sense which guides them. Positive science includes in the term moral sense something complex which is at the same time sensibility to public opinion, to law, and to religion, and multiplying it thus, it is not clearly defined in what moral sense consists. We talk of it intuitively. Each one has within himself something that responds to the appellation, and by this internal response he must understand and decide in what this moral sense consists. But religion is simple and precise. It calls this internal sense, which lies at the root of life, love. Social laws do not enter into this any more than does the entire universe. Love is the contact between the soul and God, and when this exists, all the rest is vanity. Good springs therefrom naturally, as sunbeams radiate from the sun. Creation itself has been given in charge of this wellspring of love, and it is love which maintains it, as the contribution of the creature to the provident forces of nature. These biological studies, which seek to probe the secrets of nature, have also recognized love as the key of life. Scientists have at last perceived, after much research, this most evident fact, that it is love which preserves the animal species, and not the struggle for existence. In fact, the struggle for existence tends to destroy, and as regards survival, it is not the exclusive privilege of the fittest, as was first supposed, but existence is indeed bound up with love. Indeed, the individuals who struggle and conquer are adults. But who is it that protects the newborn creature in the infant life in process of formation? If a hard and horny covering is the natural protection of his species, he does not possess it. If it is strength of muscle, he is weak. If it is tusks, he is without them. If it is agility, he cannot yet move. If it is fecundity, he is not yet mature. Therefore all species should have become extinct. For there is none so strong but that he was once weak, and there is no infancy which is not more feeble than any adult life. It is love which protects all this weakness, and explains survival. Maternal love, indeed, is studied today with the deepest attention by our scientists as a natural phenomenon. If the struggle for existence presented to us a uniform picture of destruction, the phenomena of maternal love are today revealed to us in the richest and most fascinating forms, which almost represent the occult and sentimental aspect of the marvelous varieties of forms in nature. It is seen at last to be one of the fundamental characteristics of the species, which should be recognized by all students. Even insects, which Fabre has described with such a wealth of details, small and remote as they are from ourselves, exhibit wonderful phenomena of maternal love. One of the first articles published by naturalists on this phenomena La psychologie d'une araignée, the psychology of a spider, might serve as the motive of a drama. The spider, as is well known, makes a bag of threads, which she generally attaches to the backs of leaves, and in it she deposits and preserves her eggs. She gets into it herself together with the eggs to protect the treasure of the species. If the bag should be broken at any point, the spider promptly repairs it. By way of experiment, a spider was taken out of the bag and kept at a distance for 20 days. What is a spider? A few cubic millimeters of a dark, flabby substance without a brain or heart, whose life is so short that 20 days constitutes a very long interval for it. But this small creature never relaxed her efforts to escape, and her agitation never abated. Finally, when she was liberated at the end of the 20 days, she fled to the bag, hid herself in it, and repaired the walls. Where was all this love and memory concentrated? This mother spider was then removed from the nest, and another spider was introduced, which at once adopted the offspring, acted the mother, defended the nest from attack, and repaired the walls if they were damaged. There must therefore be a maternal instinct in the species, independent of actual maternity. But when the real mother approached the adopted bag, not only did the foster mother make no attempt to defend it, but she fled and gave up her place. By what phenomena of telepathy did the visitor, concealed in the bag, feel the maternal power approaching? The following was the end of the experiment. The little spiders were hatched and remained in the bag together with their mother. The experimenter tore the bag to see what would happen. The little spiders fled in every direction, but the mother remained crouching on the tattered fragments of the nest and died almost violently, killed by the destruction of her offspring. Maternal love therefore does not require complicated organs. It needs neither brain, heart, nor senses, and seems to almost exist without matter. It is a force which life assumes to protect and preserve itself, a force which seems to exist before and to accompany creation. Like that wisdom of which Solomon speaks, the Lord possessed me in the beginning of his way, before his works of old. When there were no depths, I was brought forth. Then I was by him as a master workman, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing always before him. Whoso findeth me findeth life. But long before biologists perceived that love is the powerful force which protects a species and explains its survival, religion had pointed to love as a force which preserves life. In order to live, it is not enough to be created, the creature must also be loved. This is the law of nature. He who loveth not abideth in death. When Moses gave the Decalogue, which was to guide the Hebrews to salvation, he preceded it by the law. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, and thy neighbor as thyself. When the Pharisees came to Christ, asking him to declare the law, he answered, Do you not know? Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. As if to say, the law is evident and unique. It is the law of life, and for this reason must always have existed from the very beginning of the world. But to St. Peter, who was to be the head of the new religion, love, the transition from the old to the new order, was more fully explained. Love, says Christ, even as I have loved you. That is to say, not as you are capable of loving, but as I am capable of loving. There is a deep gulf between the manner in which men are able to love themselves and that in which Christ can love men. Men often rush headlong into their own perdition. They are capable of confounding good with evil, life with death, food with poison. Little confidence can therefore be felt in the injunction, Love thy neighbor as thyself. And it was in truth a new commandment that Jesus gave when he said, Love even as I have loved you. Moses indeed had been obliged to supplement the law of love by a decalogue of practical injunctions. Honor thy father and mother. Thou shalt do no murder. Thou shalt not steal. Thou shalt not bear false witness. Thou shalt not covet. Christ, on the other hand, taught that it will be enough if we do not demand measure for measure in love, and that there will no longer be any need of the support of rules. We must let the measure overflow, and behold, this in itself opens to man the door of salvation. If ye love them which love you, what thank have ye? For sinners also love those that love them. And if ye do good to them which do good to you, what thank have ye? For sinners also do even the same. And if ye lend to them of whom ye hope to receive, what thank have ye? For sinners also lend to sinners to receive as much again. But love ye your enemies, and do good, and lend, hoping for nothing again, and ye shall be the children of the highest. St. Luke, chapter 6, verses 32 through 35. Set yourselves free from all bonds and measurements, and lay hold of the one thing needful, to be alive, to feel. This was the revelation made by Christ when, like Moses, he went up into the mountain, but without hiding himself from the people, calling the crowd indeed to follow him, and openly expounding all the secrets of truth. Blessed are those who feel, even if they suffer, for to suffer is to feel, to live. Blessed are those who weep. Blessed are those who hunger for righteousness. Blessed are the persecuted. Blessed are those whose hearts are pure and free from darkness. For he who feels shall be satisfied, but he who cannot feel is lost. Woe to those who lie down in comfort. Woe to those who are full. Woe to those who laugh. They have lost their sensibility. And then all is vanity. What is the use of knowing all the moral laws, and even practicing them, if the heart be dead? It is as if we should whiten the tomb of a corpse. The moral, self-satisfied man without a heart is a tomb. End of section 16. End of the moral question, part 2.
Chapter 9, Part 3 of Spontaneous Activity in Education. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle. Spontaneous Activity in Education by Maria Montessori. Translated by Florence Simons. Chapter 9, The Moral Question, Part 3. The education of the moral sense. Thus, the conception of moral education, like that of intellectual education, must include a basis of feeling, and be built up thereupon, if we are not to lead the child towards illusion, falsity, and darkness. The education of the senses, and the liberty to raise the intelligence according to its own laws, on the one hand, the education of feeling and spiritual liberty to raise oneself, on the other, these are two analogous conceptions and two parallel roads. Consider our position in relation to children. We are their stimuli, by which their feeling, which is developing so delicately, should be exercised. For the intellect we have the various objects, colors, forms, etc. For the spirit, the objects are ourselves. The pure souls of children must derive nourishment from us. They should fix themselves on us with their hearts, as their attention is fixed upon some favorite stimulus. And by loving us, they should exalt themselves in their intimate spiritual creation. When interest leads the child to take the box of colors and keeps them absorbed in them, the objects lend themselves passively to his manipulation. But the colors reflect the luminous rays of the sun, which then strike the virgin retina of the eyes, not as yet completely matured and adapted. So too, when the child's heart turns to us and fixes itself, asking nourishment from our souls, we ought to be always ready, like passive objects, inasmuch as we should never, through our egotism, fail to respond to the child's needs. We should respond with all our intimate energies to reflect upon him the luminous rays required by his pure soul, as yet unadapted to life. We ought not to call him by name and offer him our affection, inviting him to accept our help, but like the material objects which attract him by their smoothness, their luster, and their varied and interesting forms, and by ocular demonstration of the means of lofty intellectual exercise, as in the colored alphabets and the rods which contain the first secrets of numeration, we too should wait, not coldly, but rather making the child feel that we contain a rich material which is at his disposal, ready to be taken as soon as he stretches out his hand to grasp it. Our response to the child should be as full, as prompt, and as complete as that of objects which he may manipulate, but which at every touch give an upward impetus to the intellectual life of the child. How many persons must have noted that on some occasion when they have caressed children, the little ones have retreated, as if repelled and offended, and many must also have remarked that when the affectionate impulse of a child has been checked, he shrinks into himself, humiliated, like the mimosa when touched. Now, the respect we owe to the spiritual liberty of the child should manifest itself as follows. We must never force our caresses on him, greatly as we may be attracted by his fascinating graces,
nor must we ever repel his outbursts of affection, even when we are not disposed to receive them, but must respond with sincere and delicate devotion. We are the objects of his love, the objects by means of which he is organizing his life. The most perfect teachers and mothers will be those who will take the didactic material for their model, and imitate this by filling themselves in every sense with moral riches and being full of response in every detail, passive in abnegation, yet active as well springs of affection. And if all the sensorial objects combine all possible vibrations accessible to man, the vibrations of light and color, as also those of sound and heat, so too should they combine in themselves all the vibrations of internal sensibility, waiting for the thirsty soul to choose among them. It may be asked, and how shall we make the child love us? How shall we make the child feel? If a child could not see colors, he would be blind, and no one could give him sight. And so if the child could not feel, no one could give him sensibility. But since nature has united mother and child, not only by the flesh, but even more closely by love, it is indubitable that at birth the child brings with him not only flesh but love. Now he who loves, even though it be only a single object, has in himself a sense which is capable of receiving impressions ad infinitum. He who sees an object possesses sight, therefore he who sees an object will see. He who loves a mother or a son loves. That internal sense vibrates, and certainly not only to the object present to it at the moment. Even that poor spider artificially deposited in the bag of another mother adopted and defended the alien eggs, because a spider is capable of maternal love. Therefore the child whom his mother has loved, and who was helped by that love, has that internal sense by means of which he is capable of love. The human objects which present themselves to that sense have reflections from it. We should wait to be seen by him. The day will come when, among the intellectual objects, the child will perceive our spirit, and will come to us to take his ease within us. It will be to him a new birth, akin to that other awakening, when some one of the objects first attracted him and held him. It is impossible that that day, that moment should not arrive. We have performed a delicate work of love towards the child, presenting to him the means which satisfy his intellectual needs, without making ourselves felt, keeping ourselves in the background, but always present and ready to help. We have given great satisfaction to the child by succoring him. When he needed to clarify the order of his mind still further by language, we offered him the names of things, but only these, retiring at once without asking anything from him, without putting forward anything from ourselves. We have revealed to him the sounds of the alphabet, the secret of numbers. We have put him into relation with things, but restricting ourselves to what was useful to him, almost concealing our body, our breathing, our person. When he felt a desire to choose, he never found an obstacle in us. When he occupied himself for a long time with an exercise, we were careful to protect the tranquillity of his work, as a mother protects the refreshing sleep of her babe. When he made his first plunge into abstraction, he felt nothing in us but the echo of his joy. The child found us always indefatigable when he called upon us, almost as if our mission to him were to offer him what he requires, just as it is the mission of the flower to give perfume without limit or intermission. He found with us a new life, no less sweet than the milk he drew from his mother's breast, with which his first love was born. Therefore he will one day become sensitive to this being who lives to make him live, from whose self-sacrifice his freedom to live and expand is derived. And undoubtedly the day will come when his spirit will become sensitive to our spirit, and then he will begin to taste that supreme delight which lies in the intimate contact of soul with soul, and our voice will no longer be heard by his ear alone. The power to obey us, to communicate his conquests to us, to share his joys with us, will be the new element in his life. We shall see the child who suddenly becomes aware of his companions, and is almost as deeply interested as we are in their progress and their work. It will be delightful to witness such a scene as that of 4 or 5 children sitting with spoons arrested over the smoking bowl, and no longer sensible to the stimulus of hunger because they are absorbed in contemplation of the efforts of a very little companion who is trying to tuck his napkin under his chin and finally succeeds in doing so, and then we shall see these spectators assume an expression of relief and pride, almost like that of a father who is present at the triumph of his son. Children will recompense us in the most amazing manner by their progress, their spiritual effusions, and their sweet obedience. The fruit they will cause us to gather will be abundant beyond anything we can imagine. Thus it comes to pass, when the secrets of life are interpreted, "Give, and it shall be given unto you, good measure, pressed down and shaken together, and running over, shall men give into your bosom." The essence of moral education. To keep alive and to perfect psychical sensibility is the essence of moral education. Around it, as in the intellectual education which proceeds from the exercise of the senses, order establishes itself. The distinction between right and wrong is perceived. No one can teach this distinction in all its details to one who cannot see it. But to see the difference and to know it are not the same thing. But in order that the child may be helped, it is essential that the environment should be rightly organized, and that good and evil should be duly differentiated. An environment where the two things are confused, where good is confounded with apathy and evil with activity, good with prosperity and evil with misfortune, is not one adapted to assist the establishment of order in the moral consciousness. Much less is one where acts of flagrant injustice and persecutions occur. Under such conditions, the childish consciousness will become like water which has been made turbid, and more poisonous than is alcohol to the life of the fetus. Order may perhaps be banished forever, together with the clarity of the consciousness, and we cannot tell what may be the consequences to the moral man. Whoever shall offend one of these little ones, it were better for him that he were drowned in the depth of the sea. If thy hand or thy foot offend thee, cut it off and cast it from thee. However, the properly organized environment is not everything. Even in intellectual education, it was not the spontaneous exercise alone which refreshed the intelligence, but further the lessons of the teacher which confirmed and illuminated the internal order in process of development. On these occasions she said, "This is red, this is green." Now she will say, "This is right and this is wrong." And it will not be unusual to find children like the one described above, who make good and evil the center of consciousness, and placing it above material bread and intellectual nourishment, will propound the question more vital to them than any other: what is good and what is evil? But we must not forget that moral lessons should be brief, and that Moses, the father of the sages, in order to inculcate morality, not in a child but in a race, gave 10 simple commandments, which to Christ seem superfluous. It is true, however, that at the head of these was the law of love, and that Christ substituted for the Decalogue an amplification of that law, which comprises within itself all legislations and moral codes. It is possible that good and evil may be distinguished by means of an internal sense, apart from cognitions of morality, and in such a case, of course, the good and evil in question would be absolute. That is to say, they would be bound up with life itself, and not with acquired social habits. We always speak of a voice of conscience, which teaches us from within to distinguish the two things. Good confers serenity, which is order; enthusiasm, which is strength. Evil is signalized as an anguish which is at times unbearable; remorse, which is not only darkness and disorder, but fever, a malady of the soul. It is certain that the laws of society, public opinion, material well-being, and threats of peril would all be powerless to produce these various sensations. Often serenity is to be found among the unfortunate, whereas the remorse of Lady Macbeth, who saw the spot of blood upon her hand, gnawed at the heart of one who had acquired a kingdom. It is not surprising that there should be an internal sensation which warns us of perils, and causes us to recognize the circumstances favorable to life. If science in these days demonstrates that the means for preserving even material life correspond to the moral virtues, then we may conclude that we shall be able to divine what is necessary to life by means of the internal sensibility. Have not the biological sciences demonstrated an analogous fact? The biometer applied to man has made it possible to reconstruct the absolutely average man. That is to say, the man whose body gives average measurements in every part. And these average measurements have been found by means of the statistical and morphological studies of medicine to correspond to normality. Thus the average man would be a man so perfectly constructed that he has no morphological predisposition to disease of the organs. When the figure of a man was reconstructed in accordance with average biometrical proportions, it was found to correspond in a remarkable manner to the proportions of Greek statues. This fact helped to give a new interpretation to aesthetic sentiment. It was evidently by means of aesthetic feeling that the eye of the Greek artist was able to extract the average measurement of every organ, and to construct a marvelous and exact whole therewith. The enjoyment of the artist was his enjoyment of the beautiful, but he felt even more profoundly that which contained the triumph of life, and distinguished it from the errors of nature, which predispose to illness. The triumph of creation can give an intimate pleasure to him who can feel it. Errors, even slight, will then be perceived as discords. Aesthetic education is, in short, akin to the mathematical approximation towards the absolute average. The more it is possible to approach to the true measure in its extreme limits, and the closer we can get to this, the more possible does it become to have an absolute means of comparison for the consideration of deviations. The great artist is thus able to recognize the beautiful in a detail even in the midst of other discordant details. And the more capable he is of possessing an absolute sense of the beautiful, the more readily will he perceive any disproportion of form. Something of the same sort may happen in the conscience, in relation to the distinction between good and evil, the more so as the good stands for real utility in life far more directly than the beautiful, and the evil may be roughly said to represent danger. Have not animals, perhaps, an acute instinct of self-preservation, which dictates infinite details of conduct to them, both for the maintenance of life and for its protection? Dogs, horses, and cats, and generally speaking all domestic animals, do not await the imminent earthquake quietly and unconsciously as does man, but become agitated. When ice is about to crack, the Eskimo dogs withdraw the sleighs detach themselves one from the other, as if to avoid falling in, while man can only observe their amazing instinct with stupefaction. Man has not by nature these intense instincts. It is by means of intelligence and the sensibility of his conscience to good and evil that he constructs his defenses and recognizes his perils. And if this intelligence of his, which is actually capable of transforming the world, raises him to such a supreme height above animals, to what a lofty eminence might he raise himself by developing his moral consciousness? But on the contrary, man today is reduced to the point of asking himself seriously whether animals are not better than he. When man wishes to exalt himself, he says, "I am faithful as a dog, pure as a dove, strong as a lion." Indeed, animals have always that instinct which is admirable, for it confers on them a mysterious power. But if man lacks sensibility of conscience, he is inferior to the animals. Nothing can then save him from excesses. He may rush upon his own ruin, upon havoc and destruction, in a manner that might fill animals with stupefaction and terror. And if it were within their power, they might set themselves to teach man, that he might become equal to themselves. Men without conscience are like animals without the instinct of self-preservation, madmen rushing on destruction. What shall it profit a man to discover by means of science the law of physical self-preservation, in its most minute details, if he has no care for that which corresponds in man to the instinct of his own salvation? If an individual has perfect knowledge of hygienic feeding, of the manner in which to weigh himself in order to follow the course of his own health, of bathing and of massage, but should lose the instinct of humanity and kill a fellow creature, or take his own life, what would be the use of all his care? And if he feels nothing more in his heart, if the void draws him to it, plunging him into melancholy, what does his well-nourished and well-washed body avail him? Good is life, evil is death. The real distinction is as clear as the words. Our moral conscience is like our intelligence, capable of perfection, of elevation. This is one of the most fundamental of its differences from the instincts of animals. The sensibility of the conscience may be perfected, like the aesthetic sense, till it can recognize and at last enjoy good up to the very limits of the absolute, and also until it becomes sensitive to the very slightest deviations towards evil. He who feels thus is saved. He who feels less must be more vigilant, and do his utmost to preserve and develop that mysterious and precious sensibility which guides us in distinguishing good from evil. It is one of the most important acts of life to examine our own consciences methodically, having as our source of illumination not only a knowledge of moral codes, but of love. It is only through love that this sensibility can be perfected. He whose sense has not been educated cannot judge himself. A doctor, for example, may be perfectly informed as to the symptoms of a disease, and may know exactly how cardiac sounds and the resistance of the pulse are affected in diseases of the heart. But if his ear cannot perceive the sounds, if his hand cannot appreciate the tactile sensations which give the pulse, of what use is his science to him? His power of understanding diseases is derived from his senses, and if this power is lacking, his knowledge in relation to the sick man is vanity. The same holds good of the diagnosis of our own conscience. If we are blind and deaf, innumerable symptoms will pass unobserved, and we shall not know on what to found our judgment. The tedium of futile undertakings will oppress us from the first moment. On the other hand, it is feeling which spurs us towards perfection. There have been persons with an extraordinary power of recognizing good and evil, just as the Greek artists showed extraordinary powers of recognizing the normal forms of the body under the guidance of the aesthetic sense. St. Teresa tells us that when some worldly person who was not good approached her, she suffered as if she were inhaling a bad smell. She explained that of course she did not smell anything at all in the material sense, but that she actually suffered not merely in imagination. Her suffering was a real spiritual distress which she could not tolerate. More interesting still is the following story, which refers to the early fathers of the Church, who lived in the desert. "We were seated at the feet of our bishop," says one of the monks, "listening to and admiring his holy and salutary teaching. Suddenly there appeared on the scene the leading mime, the most beautiful of the public dancers of Antioch. Covered with jewels, her bare legs were almost concealed by pearls and gold. Her head and shoulders were uncovered. A throng of persons accompanied her. The men of the period never wearied of devouring her with their eyes. An exquisite perfume which exhaled from her person scented the air we breathed. When she passed, our father, who had looked steadfastly at her, said to us, 'Were you not fascinated by so much beauty?' We were all silent. 'I,' continued the bishop, 'experience great pleasure in looking at her, for God has appointed that some day she shall judge us. I see her,' he added, 'as a soiled and blackened dove, but this dove shall be washed and shall fly heavenwards white as snow.' As a fact, this woman returned and asked to be baptized. 'My name is Pelagia,' she said, 'or such is the name my parents gave me, but the people of Antioch call me the Pearl, because of the quantities of jewels with which my sins have adorned me.' 2 days later she gave all her goods to the poor, put on a hair shirt, and took up her abode in a cell on Monte Oliveto, which she never left until her death." Montalembert, Les Moines d'Occident, Volume 1, page 86. Our insensibility. How remote are we from that delicate sensibility which responds to evil by suffering, and to the good perceived in others, as it were miraculously, by a feeling of pleasure. In our society it is possible for us to live for a long time with a criminal, to esteem him, press his hand, etc., until he is at last exposed by the scandalous discovery of his misdeeds. Then we say, "Who would have thought it? He always seemed an excellent person." And yet it is impossible that the criminal showed no signs, no perversities of feeling, no heartlessness, which should have revealed him to us from the outset. No one will say that we ought to all become wonderful aesthetics like the Greek sculptors, or as sensitive as saints, but if we admit that it is a barbarous thing to pass by the beauties of art without perceiving them, that it is a mark of defective civilization to confound horrible coarseness and monstrosity with ideal beauty, to be unable to distinguish the strident noise of the tramcar wheels, or the deafening crash of ill-tuned instruments from the harmonies of Bellini or Wagner, that each of us would blush for such insensibility, and would conceal it. How is it that we do not perceive that such obtuseness is habitual to us in moral matters? We see that we are capable of confusing virtuous persons and criminals, without any foreboding. How is it that so often in the case of judicial errors the voice of the innocent did not resound in our ears, although his trial was a public one, and we allowed him to languish in prison for years? How is it that goodness should be so obscure a thing that we confound it with prosperity? How is it that those rich men of whom the Gospel says, "Woe unto you," Rich men, for ye have your reward, can think of improving the morals of the poor without any examination of their own moral lives, or the lives of those belonging to them, almost as if they believed that the rich are essentially good and the poor essentially bad. If such darkness as this reigned in the intellectual field, we should be unable to conceive the form of madness which would present itself to our eyes. There are confusions in the moral field which it is impossible to imagine in any other domain of life. If some day the youth of the nations, more clear-sighted than those of today, hear that the Christmas feast was kept on the battlefields of the European war, they will understand the origins of the war itself. In such a situation, David, to whom indeed it would have been inconceivable, would have accepted the taunt of his enemies as well deserved, when they asked him, "Where is now thy God?" "We have lost God," would be a fitting lamentation. But to celebrate his festival indifferently under such conditions is to be unconscious of having lost him. How long ago did the soul die, and when did the building up on death begin? What a terrible episode of madness is this monstrous slaughter, upon which the tree of peace was planted in honor of the Saviour. Far indeed are we from that delicate sensibility to evil of Santa Teresa, or the keenness of spiritual vision which enabled the man of God to see the white dove beneath the soiled feathers of the sinful woman. The difference is not that between the taste of a peasant and that of an artist, but is that between a corpse and a living man. It is evident that we have suffered death, albeit we are unconscious of having died. Here then, and not in hygiene, must we find the secret of our life. We have something more corruptible than our bodies, a life more fragile than our physical life, and the peril of darkness hangs over us. This is the secret of man. If man loses the light that leads him on towards a better world, he falls into an abyss far below all created animals. He who loves therefore will bestow all his care on these well springs of life. How frail are the lungs of the newborn infant, how easily can an unnatural mother deprive him of air, and so suffocate him. Yet what is this easily accomplished act, which nevertheless destroys a life, in comparison with the infinitely easier and more deadly act by which we may procure the death of the soul? The death of the soul, like that of the body, may be readily distinguished from a state of insensibility. In vain do we apply a red-hot iron to a corpse. There is no response. He who is alive, however, is not only capable of reacting to a stimulus very much less intense than a red-hot iron. He who lives and feels may perfect himself, and this is life. It is enough that souls should feel. How then could they live quietly amidst evil? If under the windows of our houses people are piling up refuse, until we felt that the air was being vitiated, could we bear this without protesting and insisting on the removal of that which was causing us to suffer? If moreover we had a child, we should clamour still more loudly, and should even set to work to clear away the nuisance with our own hands, and our solicitude for his health. But if the bodies of mother and child lay dead, they would no longer be conscious of the pestilential air. It is characteristic of life to purge the environment and the soul of substances injurious to health. Christ was called the Lamb that taketh away the sins of the world, not the master who preaches, but he who purifies. And this is the morality that springs from sensibility, the action of purifying the world, of removing the obstacles that beset life, of liberating the spirit from the darkness of death. The merits of which every man feels he owes an account to his conscience are not such things as having enjoyed music or made a discovery. He must be able to say what he has done to save and maintain life. These purifying merits, like progress, have no limits. "Leave all ties and follow me," said Christ to those who asked him what they should do. For man can reinforce his own strength by other powers which will urge him on upwards towards the infinite. Before him who sleeps is the invisible ladder of Jacob, trodden by angels who call him heavenwards, that is, towards the supernatural life. Yes, to be more than man. This is a dream to him who lacks faith, but it is the realizable goal, the aim of life to him who has faith. To Friedrich Nietzsche, the Superman was an idea without practical consequence, strange and erroneous, even when tested by the very theories of evolution which inspired him. His conception offered no help in overcoming the ills of humanity. Rather, it was as a chain binding man to earth, there to seek means to create of himself the man superior to himself, and thus leading him astray into egotism, cruelty, and folly. But innumerable saints have felt and acted in accordance with their profession of faith. I live, yet not I, but Christ liveth in me. If, as our poet says, man is the chrysalis destined to become the angelic butterfly, there is no doubt as to the road he must take. Spiritually, he must either ascend or die. Hence it is not the whole of life to obey the laws of hygiene, physical and psychical, but it is only life which can draw from its environment the means of its own purification and salvation. That life, however, which is supernatural, asks of love and divine light the strength necessary for its transformation. Of a truth, it is not ecstasy which characterizes the saints. It is the real and victorious struggle of the higher against the lower nature. Morality and religion. It is well known that in strong religious impressions, such as the crisis of what is called conversion, the phenomenon is characterized by an inner light, an order which suddenly establishes itself, and by means of which that which was before unseen becomes manifest, the distinction between good and evil, and hence the revelation of oneself. Indeed, the converted, at the moment when the revelation takes place, seem little concerned with divinity or dogmas or rites. They are persons given over to a violent commotion, who seem forgetful of all their physical and intellectual life, who are absorbed in contemplation of themselves in relation to a central point of their consciousness, which seems to be illuminated by some prodigious radiance. The cry of the convert in the majority of cases is, "I am a sinner." It seems as if darkness had fallen away from him, together with all the evil which was corroding, weakening, and suffocating him, and which at length he saw, when it was separated from him, terrible, obscure, and full of hideous dangers. It is this which agitates him, and makes him weep. It is this which urges him to seek someone who can understand, comfort, and help him. The converted want help, as do the newly born. They weep and struggle like men who are born to a new life, and who are restrained by no human respect, by no restriction. It is their own life they feel, and the value of their own life seems to them greater than the riches and the convenience of the whole world. They feel an ecstasy of relief at having escaped from a great peril. Their chief anxiety is that they may be liberated from the evil that oppresses them. Before they can take another step forward, they are obliged to reconsider the terrible time when evil was rooted in them, and they felt nothing of it. And as a man with difficult short breath, forspent with toiling, scaped from sea to shore, turns to the perilous wide waste, and stands at gaze, and so my spirit that yet failed, struggling with terror, turned to view the straits that none hath passed and lived. Carey's translation of Dante's Inferno, Canto 1. This evil had held captive all the treasures of the spirit, which, set free at last, seemed to refresh and reanimate the whole world before their eyes. And what I saw seemed even as a smile, irradiating all the universe. Dante's Paradiso, Canto 27. One of the most singular cases of conversion I ever heard described was the following. A monk, famous for his oratorial gifts, was preaching in a crowded church to a congregation which was listening to him with devout admiration. Suddenly he was interrupted by a loud sob. A man in the crowd cried aloud, stretching out his hands towards the pulpit, "I am a great sinner." The monk, as is usual in such cases, came to the help of the convert, and received all the outpourings of that soul, as it stripped itself of the evil which had been corroding it. Then, curious to know what argument had touched the heart of this man, he asked what part of the sermon had specially borne upon the prodigy. "Ah," answered the convert, "I never heard a single word of what you were saying. I entered the church without knowing why. At that moment you pointed your finger at me emphatically. Yes, it is true, I cried, I am a sinner, and I felt as if a heavy cloak of lead, which had been oppressing me, had fallen from my shoulders. Then an uncontrollable flood of tears rose from my heart. Thus no intellectual element played any part in this conversion. It was not a conviction, nor even new knowledge, which had acted. What had happened was purely a spontaneous phenomenon of the conscience, which, perhaps after an unconscious preparation, divided the light from the darkness and initiated the creation of the new man. The convert feels more clearly than any other that evil is an obstacle to a form of enjoyment higher than the loftiest enjoyments man can taste. He has not only been purified, but his purification has transformed him. He is like a diamond embedded in dross and mire, which is suddenly separated from the overlying substances, and brought to the surface clear and brilliant, It is not only a purified and magnificent stone. What really transforms it is the sun, which can now be reflected in it and make it sparkle. This is the unsuspected splendor which is added to it naturally, and has nothing to do either with the dross that has been removed, nor with the intrinsic qualities of the gem. The dross not only defiled it, but prevented it from encountering the rays which should give it its characteristic beauty. All devout persons know that evil is a chain for us, holding us down beneath the earth as in a tomb, and that sentiments hostile to love are so many obstacles which impede our expansion and our free contact with the divine essence which is within us. The slightest alloy, the most minute infiltration, suffices to impair our brilliance, and to cause our ejection from the casket of the elect. A single glance which judges our brother instead of absolving him, a feeling which hardens our heart against him, or, finally, the envy which generates devouring hatred and fury. The works of the flesh are manifest, which are these: hatred, variance, emulations, wrath, strife, seditions, heresies, envyings, witchcraft, murders. To approach the altar with a heart suffering, be it ever so slightly, from some seductive stimulus against charity is vain. It is as if a wounded hare should rush to her form, bearing the arrow that has pierced her through and through. She goes not to save herself, but to die in her form. Likewise thou, if thou bring thy gift to the altar, and there rememberest that thy brother hath aught against thee, go thy way, first to be reconciled to thy brother, and then come and offer thy gift. He who forgives an offense does not perform a logical act of justice, nor does he benefit the person he forgives. Hence it is waste of time to consider whether the offense deserves pardon or not, and whether the person who committed it needs absolution from us or not. We must pardon, not from a sense of justice, nor for the benefit of the offender, but for our own sakes. He who forgives has divested himself of envy and resentment, of all that oppressed and fettered the spirit, making it powerless to rise. This is why we must forgive, so that we may burst the bonds which impede our free movement, our ascent. When we cut the cable of a balloon, we do not consider whether this is just towards the earth, and whether the cable deserves it. We do it because it is necessary to enable the balloon to rise. He who ascends, moreover, enjoys the marvels of a spectacle which cannot be enjoyed on earth. Who would strike a balance between this gain and the sacrifice of the cable? Forgive, and you will feel universal absolution rising to you from the whole world, in token of your ascent. Haec est vera fraternitas, quae vicit mundi crimina. The religious sentiment in children. But few researches have been made into the crisis of conscience and the spontaneous religious sentiment of children. It is true that of late years, during the remarkable religious movement which took place in England, most surprising instances of religiosity in children occurred. It was after the little Nelly, aged 5, asked for the Eucharist on her deathbed, that Pius X allowed it to be administered to children, irrespective of their age. But the subject forms a very inconsiderable part of the positive studies of today. The solitary study of this kind which has been brought forward in public congress on psychology was that which was considered during the Premier Congrès International de Pédagogie, Brussels, August 1911. Quelques observations sur le développement de l'émotion morale et juste chez un enfant. Gideon Askew, Doctor of Philosophy, Bucharest. The child who was the subject of observation had received no religious education whatever. One day he was seen to burst into a sudden fit of weeping for no apparent reason. When his mother asked why he was crying, the child replied, "Because I remember how I saw a puppy ill-treated 2 months ago, and at this moment I feel it." A year and a half later a similar crisis took place. He was looking at the moon one evening from the window, when he suddenly burst into tears. "Do not scold me," said the child in great agitation. "While I was looking at the moon I felt how often I had grieved you, and I understood that I had offended God." This interesting study reveals successive phases of a spontaneous phenomenon of moral consciousness. The first was the revelation of the lively feeling which provoked a fit of weeping 2 months after the event which distressed the child. He felt the sufferings of the cruelly treated puppy. And a long time after this activity of the conscience had been initiated comes the establishment of order. The child distinguishes between good and evil actions, and recognizes the fact that he has incurred the displeasure of his parents. This displeasure was probably not very serious. Indeed, it was so slight that the child had been unconscious of it at the time. But at the moment when he is purging himself of these trivial impurities, he feels God. I understood that I had offended God, he said, and he knew well that he had not offended his parents. Now no one had ever talked to him about God or trained him to examine his conscience. During my experience, I have had no opportunity of witnessing a similar cycle of spiritual development. My experiences in religious education have been necessarily limited hitherto. Indeed, in the children's house kept by the Franciscan sisters of the Via Giusti, the religious education was given by ordinary methods, and it was not possible to make original studies or observations. On the other hand, the dominant political party in the municipalities has abolished religion from the public schools, with a sectarian rigor which has caused the word God to be feared as bigots fear the word devil. My experience has, therefore, been limited to some of the children I have received privately in my own house, children belonging to non-religious families who had consequently undergone no religious influence. One of my little pupils was just over 7 years old, when a friend of his family, noticing his intelligence and knowing he had been educated in freedom, thought he would test him by describing to him briefly animal evolution according to the principles of Lamarck and Darwin. The child followed his explanation very attentively and then asked, "Well, then man comes from the monkey, and the monkey comes from some other animal, and so on. But from whom did the first creature come?" "The first," answered his friend, "was formed by chance." The child laughed aloud, and calling his mother, said excitedly, "Just listen, what nonsense! Life was formed by chance. That is impossible." "Then how was life formed?" "It is God," replied the child with conviction. This same child was prepared, with his mother's consent, for Holy Communion, together with his sister. A highly educated young priest of much aesthetic knowledge undertook the task. I was curious to hear what objections the child had raised, but I was not admitted to his lessons. I was only present on one occasion, when the course of instruction was almost at an end. The priest spoke of the reservation of the wine and of the practical situations in which the celebrant may find himself during the Holy Office. I thought such a dissertation entirely unsuitable for children, and one which was likely to distract their attention from the end in view. But I saw with amazement that their faces were turned intently to the altar. They were evidently unfamiliar with such minute explanations, but they were penetrated by a sentiment which attracted them. The chalice with the divine blood appealed to these souls ready to receive it, as it did to the innocent Parsifal. When they made their first communion, I was convinced that their souls received the mysteries with the sweetest faith and with absolute simplicity, as if all that is of God were comprehensible to them, and only that which denies him an absurdity. Their spiritual conquests accompanied them in life. A little cousin of these children, who was prepared to receive the communion a long time after them, and who had had no religious training in her own home, said one day when she was working enthusiastically in class, "How beautiful the anatomy of a flower is! I like arithmetic and geometry so much, but religion is the most beautiful thing of all." There was an older child in the school whose parents, both father and mother, were positively hostile to religion. This child, although she showed great interest in the school exercises, was always restless. Later, when some wonderful children's parties were given in the villa where she lived, which were arranged with great skill and were veritable works of art, she became still more restless and cynical, almost as if she were suffering from some disillusionment. One day she called an orphan child from Messina, who was one of our children who had come from the school in the Via Giusti, and took her away to a quiet corner, asking her to repeat the Lord's Prayer. The orphan recited it, while the rich child gazed at her eagerly. Then, as if in obedience to an inspiration, she went to the piano to play, but her hands trembled, and she threw herself on one side with her elbow on the keyboard and her head hanging, unable to conceal her agitation any longer. Her soul was seeking to satisfy its yearning. Nothing could give her peace but the one thing those who loved her wished to withhold from her. Her heart was still alive and eager. Like as the heart desireth the water brooks, so longeth my soul after thee, O God. As yet the coarse scoria evolved from darkness, which makes it so difficult for the adult to embrace the mysteries of the Spirit like a little child, had not formed around her. Later, such mysteries become incomprehensible, as to Nicodemus, who replied to Christ, "How can a man be born again? Can he enter a second time into his mother's womb?" But this rapid survey will suffice to make us understand that the little child has other needs. in addition to his intellectual wants, and that long before his intelligence is developed and satisfied, his pure and open spirit reflects the divine light. He is perhaps the Parsifal for whom we are waiting, depressed and sick at heart, while because of the impurity of our hands the dove can no longer descend in the Holy Grail towards the chalice filled with the blood of peace. End of chapter 9. End of Spontaneous Activity in Education by Maria Montessori. Translated by Florence Simons.